Yes, halo, karibuni. Hii ndio show yetu siku ya leo. It's my hope that you are doing well. Wow, we are just waking up with very serious news. Kuna watu wameamua I think there are some countries wanajua hii definition yetu ya kumaliza kumalo. Rangi kama letu. As I wait for you to enter the show. Ati Nepal kumeenda aje? Kuna watu washajua hii mambo inamalizangwa namna gani? Yes, Kenya ni kama mnaguzanga mkiachilia, mnaguza mkiachilia. So wacha niwaingize Nepal kidogo. But what you have to do with this information is up to you. Wow. Wow. In fact, even their prime minister has resigned. They were dead anyway. Si ati ni kitu ati imekuja tu hivi hivi. For protest to be effective, they have to be deadly. Hiyo nayo, the unfortunate part ni ile yetu watu wanakufa and we don't get what we were looking for.
My name is Ned Sampson, new editor-in-chief. Remember the 5 W's.
Is that a gang?
It's who, what, when, where, why.
So not a gang.
This is an urgent story for anyone who likes being hot.
That's me.
Ya kupindua serikali inatakanga Nepal washamaliza stori yao. Ona watu. You see, I don't think we need to discover that. Even as we were saying in Kenya, siri in numbers, it is true. And hii vitu haitakangi ati mnafanya kidogo mnaachilia. This Nepal thing is just a week na washamaliza. Just a week na mnamaliza. So ile kitu iko ni some of the stupidity we have in Kenya, sijui mara sijui tutaongea na hawa, ikifika ni kufinya hakuna hata kuongea. That is a problem which we have in Kenya. This is a job we can do. Actually, Nepal, Kathmandu, they are less population than us. Hii ni kazi unamaliza haraka sana, lakini you have to apply the bitter face of yourself. So watu ndio hao washapona. They have the prime minister is out of power, and hata kama kuna mashida zingine, unajua kuna watu wanasema hata mkifanya hivyo you still get the same, but at least wametoa yule jamaa alikuwa anawasumbua. It's progress. Sisi Kenya tunaandamana, tunakufa, na yule jamaa anatusumbua bado wako hapo. So there's no reason why you died. In fact, if you don't achieve the objective, it's a waste of time. Na msidanganywe, demonstration zote ukaa hivyo. Hakuna ati demonstration ama there's no any revolution ambayo mnakaribishwa. You can see this at tear gases na nini. So there's no any demonstration whereby ati mnachukuliwa pole pole, because the government has to resist. So whatever is happening in Kathmandu is also what happens in Nairobi. Gunshots, because that's how the government responds. So I have to congratulate Nepal people for resisting government power and winning. It's something we have to congratulate them. Ni kitu sisi wa Kenya tumeshindwa, but Nepal has been able to deliver. 1 week and they are done. Wow. I'm just saying, Kathmandu, even if they don't know who is going to come and rule them, at least wao wameondoa shida ya kwanza. Ile shida ilikuwa inawasumbua. That's how you finish this stuff. That's how you finish this stuff. So I have to congratulate Kathmandu, that is Nepal, for doing what Kenya was unable to do. Sisi wa Kenya tukianzia yetu, sijui nini, we get divided. Yeah, so kuna watu they are being able to achieve, and I can tell you, people in Nepal, parents are proud of their children, what they have done today or yesterday. They are very proud of their kids, sababu wamefanya kitu ya busara sana. Unseating a government is not a joke. On that wanawapea kongore. Hii yetu ya Kenya tumejaribu kuing'oa hapo na tumeshindwa. So any person who has made it to unseat his government, mpe maua yake. Mpe maua yake. Unseating a government is not a joke. These people have resisted tear gas, they have resisted bullets, and they said we are doing it. Parliament was in flames na vitu zingine. Because and it's not that these people are destroying their nation. It is because the only language which governments understand is Neo. So, Bwana Mbudi, pole sana. That's what I'm trying to say. You need to congratulate. Maybe we can start debating and we say that things will remain the same. But I want to tell you, the pain is too much. There's no even, you are not even willing to wait for an alternate government from anyone. So, Bwana Mbudi, Nepal has done what we were unable to do. Raila Odinga alikuja hapa akatuambia sasa kama sio Ruto ni nani? It's like Ruto alizaliwa peke yake. We have so many people in this government, in this country. So, I want to congratulate Nepali people for being able to achieve what many people cannot. They were selfless. Na wakasema huyu mtu and that is a mark they have set. Hata mtu mwingine akiingia hapo atang'oa. Unajua ile kitu iko, as long as umeset mark inakuanga hivyo. So Nepal has done what many people couldn't do. Wacha niwaoneshe muone hata vile finance minister hata aligongwa fry kick. Let me show you. Huyu ni finance minister. Finance minister anakimbia. They were running for their dear lives. So mtu asiwadanganye. It is possible you can get yourself from the yokes of an oppressive government. So mtu asikudanganya ati akuambie ati hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. Jamaa amegongwa fry kick mzuri sana. Huyu ndiye amekuwa akiiba pesa with the prime minister. So I think Nepal has done what no one in East Africa can do. So wacha tuseme na tusianzie kusema sasa, wacha tuone hiyo serikali itakuwa namna gani. At least wametoa serikali ovu. And I think Asians ni kama hii maneno wanaijua. We saw it in Bangladesh. We have now seen it in Nepal. I think Asia ni kama wako na formula ya kung'oa maserikali. I think Asia wako na formula. Kuna vile nimeanzia kuona Asia ni kama wako na formula. Sababu any oppressive regime wako na formula ya kung'oa. Asia, some funny countries in Asia unasikia wameng'oa. The other day we were swimming in the state house. Which country? Was it Sri Lanka? There was a day when we were people were swimming in the swimming pool at state house. So anyway, ni kitu tu unaangalia na unaona, like you can see I think wako na formula. Hawa wako na formula. So can Kenyans learn something? So hii yetu ya Kenya iliisha steam, tukawekwa njeve, ma abductions. So I don't know. So Wakenya tu acha tu tusikiange tu watu wanaponea kwingine. No, it's Nepal has really. Wacha niwaoneshe hii. I hear the parliament was scaled down.
Our above and beyond service means more hustle.
Right now, I'm in front of Singapore Central Administration Office, where Prime Minister Office and various other ministry offices are also here. So after vandalizing, after capturing, after setting them into the fire to the building, everyone is singing and celebrating what they are calling a victory, even as Nepal faces one of its toughest moments. Yesterday, massive Gen Z-led protests against corruption, nepotism, and a social media ban turned deadly. At least 19 people were killed and dozens injured after a heavy police crackdown. Tens of thousands flooded the street, blocking roads, storming office. Even for a while, the mood felt united, powerful, but by night, it shifted. Hotel shops were looted and set on fire. With no clear leader, the moment feels unpredictable, and the country left wondering what comes next.
Mm-hmm.
And we are following developments in Nepal.
Wacha nitoe. I don't know to speak more than that. Nepal has achieved what we couldn't do. Congratulations to them. So what happens from now? They can still solve it again. Unajua, once umeachieve milestone, bwana Mbudi, unaweza rudi hapo. Ni kama mtihani ushafanya. So Nepal hawezi kariwa na serikali tena. Wakipata serikali nyingine ovu, ni kongoa. That is the beauty of achieving milestones. Kama sisi Kenya tumeshindwa na kuachieve hiyo milestone ya kongoa serikali. Until we achieve hiyo, hatutawahi sema tumepata revolution. Hiyo market leo lazima we will have to sit down and come up with a formula of unseating and rural government. Until tupate hiyo antidote, hakuna pahali tunaenda. So bwana Msimamo, karibu.
Asante ndugu yangu Njiru, asante. Pokea zangu na ndugu yangu Alex hapa. Nina wengine ambao wako upande wa comment section na wale wanatufuatilia. Nitakuwa mfupi kama kawaida. La kwanza, hatuwezi wafikia hawa jamaa zetu wa kule kwa sababu kwanza wanajitambua, si kama sisi ambao kwa kweli ni wengi, tuna hasira, lakini cha ajabu tumegawanywa mfano wa nyoka. Unajua nyoka wakali kweli, lakini sasa kuwapata 10 kwa mpigo itakuwa ngumu. Kuwapata 3 kwa mpigo na kuandama Njiru hapo hapakaliki. Cha ajabu ukimuona mmoja tu, so ukimalizana unatulia. Hiyo ndio desturi ya siasa yetu. Ushaona? Yani sisi tumepewa vyeo, fulani wetu alipewa waziri, fulani wetu amehesabika, jamii yetu tumehesabika maana tumepewa watu fulani. Unaona? Sasa inakuwa ngumu kuweza kupigana na hali tete ya kisiasa kama tulivyo sasa hivi. Maana wanao tukandamiza haswa kwanza ni hawa viongozi tunawaamini. Unaona? Unajua hawa wenzetu wanatuzidi kwa sababu wanajitambua kwamba wao ndio kusema. Hapa Kenya sisi hatujafikia hiyo hadhi ya kuweza kujitambua, licha katiba yetu kwamba inatupa nguvu hiyo ya mamlaka, kwamba nguvu iko mikononi mwetu. Lakini sasa wanaotuzuia ni hawa wanasiasa. Maana cha ajabu mwisho wa siku wakiona kimeumana ndo hapo wanapotawanyika. Huyu anapiga kelele upande huu, yule anapiga kelele upande huu, huyu anakashifu huyu anamtema huyu unaona? So mwisho wa siku anayekorogwa hapa ni Mkenya. Kisingizio sisi jamii hii safari hii tunatambulika. Sisi jamii hii mtu wetu yupo. Sisi jamii hii tunaonewa, maana kiongozi wetu anasingiziwa maonevu kwamba ameiba pesa za umma. Yani hiyo, katika hiyo hali hatuna ule umoja. unaostahili kama hawa wenzetu ambao wanajitambua kwamba hata kama wana matabaka na jamii tofauti, lakini kija swala la kitaifa, basi wanakuwa mstari wa mbele kwamba ni lazima wasikizwe matakwa yao, la sivyo wanafurusha hii serikali husika na wachague kile ambacho wataona kitawasaidia. So hapo ndo mchango wangu kwa haraka haraka, kaka yangu, juu kwamba Kenya lazima tusome haswa kutoka Nepal na kule kwingine ambapo wameweza kufurusha serikali ambazo zimeshindwa, zimekuwa na kusinzia kwingi, yani zimekuwa zikiwatumia wananchi kibiashara badala kwamba wapewe huduma zile ambazo zinahusika na rasilimali zilindwe. So for me kule kumalizia ni kwamba ni pale mpaka pindi tutakapoamua kwamba hatutageuzwa kuwa nyoka na kugeuzwa si mwanasiasa. Ni sisi tuseme hawa wanasiasa wote wakongwe, hawa wageni ambao wako na rekodi mbaya, hawa hawatufai, kwa sababu tazama sasa hivi palipofikia. Si ajabu Ruto si ajabu haswa serikali hii ikapunguza kile ambacho tunaona kinatumiza, wakabana hapa wakabana pale, ili mradi tu tuchanganyikiwe na mwisho wa siku tuje tujikange wenyewe kwa mafuta yetu. So ukabila mwingi ndio umetupeleka hapa, kuwapisha viongozi, wapa majina waheshimiwa na kukiongeza na uoga wa Kenya ndio umetufikisha hapa. Hatutawafikia ndugu zetu kutoka Nepal. So uoga na kuwaheshimisha hawa waheshimiwa ati ni waheshimiwa badala ya wafanyakazi, na tukichanganya na ukabila juu yake, basi tunajipata hapa zitakuwa ni ngumu haswa kuweza kufurusha huyu nduli, kwa sababu hawa watoto wa Gen Z peke yao bila kila rika kushiriki kikamilifu kuweza kutetea taifa inakuwa ngumu. So nisitakuwa mrefu, niacha mimi nisikize Alex kidogo, nikipata pumzi za kuwapoa hapa nitarudi, nikitemwa basi ni siku pia nishukuru kwamba pia nimeingia kwa kipindi. Asante.
Okay, sawa msimamo. Hiyo ni wazi kwamba hiyo kitu tunaitanga people's power is not an illusion. It works and it exists. So munaona sasa nguvu ya raia huko Nepal imeonekana, na kwa usiku wa leo huyo prime minister shang'atuliwa mamlakani na wenzake maministers wakaonyeshwa cha mtema makuni. So people's power is not an illusion, it is something which exists. Is only that saa zingine tunashindwa na kuelewa hii people's power ni nini. Nguvu za kiraia ziko. So Bwana Mbudi, how are you? Good afternoon, good morning, ama good evening. What can you learn from Nepal? Ama wewe nimesikia ukisema tuache maneno mingi ya kufurahia. Any lesson you can learn from Nepal? Unajua nini, some of us when we see things working well, we appreciate.
Acha nikusalimu Njiru. I love how you get excited. Nala. Excitement ni mzuri. I mean, there's nothing wrong. It's not a sin to be excited, you know. I will ask only for 1 minute. Nitoke nje kutoka kwa kiti, niende nje niongee, alafu ndio. Just give me a minute.
Ni sawa. So the reason why I'm saying is that kuna watu walikuwa wametuambia ati hii ya Kenya tunahitaji mwaka. Some of us we disagree. Ati mwaka, ati lazima asijui. Tulikuwa tunapewa theory ya kule sijui, tulikuwa tunapewa, na kuna watu wanatukoseshanga hapa sana. Sijui tunapewa theory sijui ati Philippines ati the revolution took 3 years. Hawa wote wamesucceed. Ni kitu tu inaanza tu sporadic, 3 days, 1 week, finish. And you return back. This is what happened. Revolution sio kitu ya kupanga. Revolution ni unafinya, you bleed. Revolution ni kama kutolewa ndutu njiga. Nani hapa ameitolewa njiga? Sijui kama umeiona mtoto ile wakati hataki kutolewa njiga. During my generation in the 90s and 80s, mtoto kama hataki kutolewa jiga in our time, alikuwa anaangushwa chini, anakamataniwa hiyo mguu hiyo ambayo iko na jiga hapo, anapiga nduru, mpaka hiyo jiga inangolewa pamoja na its ruomba. We used to call it its ruomba. Hiyo jiga, na kama hiyo kitu jangolewa hapo, hawezi fanya chochote. So that is why the mistake they're doing, ni lazima hiyo jiga hadi utoe, uwezi achilia huyo mtoto. Sijui kama bwana msimamo unajua jiga ni nini, ama wewe ni wale wa town.
I remember nikiwa class 4, nikiwa class 3, class 4 during my back of my days. Walinivamia hao jamaa mpaka nikashinda kwenda shule. So nina experience na wajua vizuri sana. Yani bila kumtoa na ukipata fundi anamtoa na ile nyumba yake ikiwa nzima vile vile haswa mkujuu mdomo hapo ndo tunaamini kwamba kuna uponyaji, lakini akibakisha yale mayai kwanza anaathiri, panaweza oza pakaanza kuleta madhara mengine. So naelewa maana nilipitia hiyo hali Njiru miaka fulani huko nyuma around 90s kama ulivyozungumza 1992 1993.
Yeah, so that is the issue now. Hata sisi wa Kenya unless we understand that at some pain you have to experience it continuously. Na rafu usahau hiyo maneno wanzie maneno mengine. So hakuna ati story ati ya kusema ati ni kama unataka kungatua Ruto mamlakani ati unaanzia kusema unataka kumngatua next year. Haikujangi hivyo. Kama unataka kumngatua ni saa hii. Na lazima uweke
na ndio maana kukatiza Njiru, ndio maana mimi sikubaliani na hawa wapiga debe, hawapiga kelele, wote hawa washakula hela. Wote wana mipango tu kukanganya mawazo, kwa sababu hauwezi ona ati mwiba ndio umekudunga kwenye nyayo, lakini unasema wacha ukae kwanza na unakumiza kutembea uwezi, lakini unasema wacha ndemedeme na mguu mwingine angalau mpaka nipate sehemu kuna kivuli. Kaa chini, ondoa mwiba, endelea na safari. Mnademo ukinyagia demondo unazidi kuingiza ndani ya nyama. Sasa hawa wote wapiga debe hawa wanaotupigia kelele kwamba wanajitia kwetu ngwazuri, mwisho wa siku ndio maana pale jana nikazungumza, ndio wao wanarudi pamoja tena, wanaungana, wanasameheana, wanapeana mikono, wanasalimiana wakisema bwana, siasa usiweke kwa roho, weka kwa mapafu. Unaona?
Na wacha nikwambie bwana msimamo, na hakuna revolution rahisi. Mumeona hata hapo Nepal watu wamekunywa tear gas kweli na marisasi, watu wamekufa 19, like today 19 died. It's not like it was a walk in the park. You are mapolisi ndio hao wanawakimbiza mbaya sana. It's not, people died. It's not like but the beauty is that vifo za Nepal ziko na umuhimu wake, maana washa achieve kile walikuwa wanataka. Hebu imagine sisi Kenya hata tumekufa watu wengi kuliko Nepal na hatuja achieve. Nepal has lost like around 20 people. Kenya we have lost I don't know 100 or what.
Hatuja achieve Njiru kwa sababu wakati ule tulikuwa tunaona labda wanaoandamana zaidi na wanaoumia zaidi ni Wajaluo. Na tulizungumza kweli hapa. Nao wamepinda, badala kwamba wameshafika kilele wamalize, wanarudi nyuma wakisema nao this time tuangalie wengine kama nao you know, sometimes mimi huwa nashindwa kabisa na kupata picha, lakini kwa sababu Alex nimemsikia hapa akizungumza, kaka yangu mkubwa, wacha amalize kwanza, nitarudi. Naona bado sijapata message hapa, kwa hivyo nimpishe tu kwanza Alex.
Haya Budi, go ahead.
Kwanza hata ni wasalimu ni wote. Leo nimekuwa kwanza kuingia show. First nataka nimcongratulate Ani anakuanga number 1 fan hapa. I think birthday yake nitakana ifanyiwe hapa. Sisi wote tumpe maua zake hapa. She is the number 1 supporter. Hata kuliko Njiru. Yeye ndio kumshanga Njiru kufungua hapa. So Anna, we are happy for you, my sister. You know, you play a cardinal role.
Unajua Budi, hujajua Ani ni AI, so kwa hivyo unajua AI iko mbele yetu.
Hata ikue AI ama ikue analog, but still it's the better version than you, because wewe saa ingine unaturuti sana. So I'm one person who was privileged to go to Nepal a couple of times, and it was in Nepal. Tukikuwa India, karibu na Delhi. We used to go to Nepal because Nepal was a very cheap country, and Nepal is an extension of actually India. If you look at the map of the larger India, used to be called, ukiangalia like for students, for a student leader in India, unakuanga a student leader of all India, which is Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. So all that region used to be one India.
Kama Chinese, Bwana Mbudi. Kuna
I'm coming there. So what distincts these people to a point that these countries had to separate was how they practiced their religion. At some point, Mahatma Gandhi, who is not a hero to me, is another sellout. Many people think he's a hero. Decided that the Muslims must be put on the side. It was not creating peace, but he decided they must go to Pakistan. And they created the country called Pakistan. But because all of them did not subscribe to the same, because the Muslims have the Shiite and whatever, some of them refused to go. Later on, they coined another country called Bangladesh, which was on the other side too. And they put the other Muslims there because they wanted a true Hindu nation. But the Hinduism that remained in the larger India was not so pure. So the Nepalese people are the most purest form of Hindu, because if you realize in 2008, when they had a revolution, it was again to take out the monarchy that had been there since 18 something. So Nepal has been ruled by the Hindu monarchy since 18 something. Okay, so and for a very long time, because it's a Hindu state, it was actually practiced. It's the only state in the world that was practicing Hinduism as a form of religion, state religion. But in 2008, they decided enough is enough, because the monarchs, I think, decided that the monks decided that the monarchy was taking advantage, and the monarchy was extremely wealthy. And they went for a revolution in 2008. That is why I was laughing when Jiru was talking about what. So in 2008, they went and took the monarchy out, and they said they will never, ever want any form of monarch ruling. In 2008, if you remember, and Jiru should look for that information, the revolution in 2008, I want you to put it here so that we can, there's a lesson I want us to learn. Now, when that 2008 happened, they tear down the temples, ABCD, they went to the palace, they did everything they could, and they abolished the monarch system. What you don't know, Jiru, and the reason I'm laughing is, I didn't know today they had succeeded in their revolution again. They were insisting now they want the monarch again back. That is why I was laughing. Okay, so I'm like, this thing called democracy is very elusive. To go for a revolution is very easy, just like Egypt did, just like Zimbabwe did. I mean, you need a superior logic and a vision that aligns with the people. And I think Kenya, for some reason, if we were to go for a revolution, I believe it's the only true revolution that will succeed, because Kenya is not going to allow Mungananganawa or the rest of these things that you have seen through the revolutions we have seen, and you saw in Arab Spring what happened, only to recycle again worse leaders than those. So my laughing was not based on the revolution. It is, when you go and do a revolution and you die, and you get a worse form again of leadership, to the point that you again start having the Stockholm syndrome. And you want what was there before because you believe it was. But do you know that we have celebrated Moi as a hero in the recent years because of what actually we have gotten ourselves into? So as we come closer to our revolution, I think Zimbabwe and now Nepal should be a case study, including Sri Lanka too, because after the revolution, we need to understand what has really happened. Look at the Tahrir Square. Was it Tahrir Square? It's called what? The square in Egypt. What happened when the lady, famous that lady, you know, carried and led the revolution? Who did they end up getting? A person that is even more worse than who? Hosni Mubarak. So I think for me, the biggest lesson I'm learning here is we must be brutal and relentless in a revolution that when it succeeds, we should not leave an iota of remains of any dictatorship. If we were to be successful, I think the Odinga family, let me go to the Stone PK way, the Odinga family, the Uhuru family, the Gachagua, any person that has been up there, including Musalia Mudavadi, must be finished so that no remnant. That is what I think for me I'm getting here. Because the monarch now looks so good that had made these people suffer from 18 something. Now these people are going for a revolution. They want something they fought against in 2008. It is sad and it also absurd that a revolution, we should have a counter-revolution to install what we revolved against. Do you see, Njiru, why I'm laughing? We should never have another revolution that we want Ruto back. Do you see why I'm laughing? So yes, it is successful. And let me tell you the reason why some of these revolutions are successful and why I admire them. And let me tell you why we will never succeed. I hate Christianity when it comes to what we call democracy. Christianity is the worst form of religion when it comes to helping the people get bad leaders out. You know, when people go to the temple or they go to the mosque, and the leaders in the mosque and in the temple say that enough is enough, it becomes the word. It is like a deity who has already said that we don't want. So where angalia sasa people kama Ole Sapit what audacity, what integrity, what credibility does people like Ole Sapit and all these leaders, religious leaders that we have today, do we have that they will be almost like a deity to go back and tell Ruto, no, enough is enough. And he tells all the congregants, we are not going home. We are marching to State House. You see how we have degenerated the religion that is supposed to give freedom to whereby it has become like a cocoon of primitivity. And why, if you look at how the Muslims, once they decide, wakitoka mosque on Friday, and they decide and say, you know what, we are not going home. Come rain, come sunshine. Njiru, there is nothing you are going to do. You will come and kill all of them. And that is the same way the Buddhists subscribe to their religion. When the monks, the highest monks in the society, stand up against the government, my brother, you will not prevail. You will not prevail. Unfortunately, we have taken a wrong form of Christianity that bends towards saying, let's respect even bad laws and bad leadership. And I think that is what we need to look into, that what are our religious leaders doing at the point that we are suffering? Are they agitating? For instance, right now, as one person said the other day in this very show, that your friend told us that the model they used when he was in the university to go through was better off, and that is why he was able actually to graduate. And he was saying that his own brothers and sisters right now may not be able to finish the university because of the current situation of the education. What has the church said about that? Do you see where the church is failing? And I know Father Darius is going to hit me hard, but sometimes I feel like Father Darius is the only revolutionary, priest I've come across. I've not come across many priests, but he seems to be a person who aligns himself with the people over the years that I have come to know him. But I think if you look at what helps these countries, including Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, you saw, and now you have seen Nepal, to perpetuate their revolution is their religion, their deep beliefs. It's aligned when the religious leaders come up and say, you know what, enough is enough. The people rise up and the people listen, and the government knows it will not prevail once the religious leaders have come together. The problem is we have this ecumenical, I think you may forget me because I think it's long since I used that word. This ecumenical organization, it is the most loose organization. Ikifika kwa TikTok, Njiru, I will not lie to you. Pastor Nganga I'm a fan of him, but when he sits on the board of the ecumenical Society of Kenya, I feel like it's a joke. Okay, I feel it's a joke for the country. So the people that sit at the helm of the religious organization that have come together, of all denominations that we have in Kenya, are some of the worst people. Look at today. The corruption, is it the NCCA? Oh, it's called what? It's led by Bishop Ogedi ama anaitwa Ogedo ama something of the sort. A man who was in the pulpit for years and years and years. Has he been able to prosecute and even stop corruption? No, he has not to. So sometimes I feel like the state and the church are in the same bed. And that is why in Njiru, we will not be able, whether we like it or not, as long as we put religion ahead, especially Christianity, to take somebody like Ruto out of it. Because one day, when I'm criticized, the next day, he will not go with a brown basha. He will find a way of giving. And then these people, you've seen the Catholic Church refused, but other churches are still accepting those donations. And you ask yourself, has the church been brought to the point that it will never be able to stand up for the people? That is true. The people with the biggest pockets and the biggest bellies today is the church. But when you look at how the sheikhs and the monks operate, I don't know if, and also the Catholic Church, I think wamekula kiapo that maneno ya ufisadi na maneno ya pesa is not part and parcel of what they subscribe in the religious tenet. So I will answer your question that the biggest problem we have to Kenya today is our religious leaders who cannot stand, like Timothy Njoya, at the front when our children are dying. You will see them Sunday after what? After the sermon. That is when they will come and criticize the government. But you will not see them hand in hand and in tandem with the people. But if you look at these revolutions, especially the ones that you see we saw in the Arab Spring, and the ones that are done maybe probably India and whenever they have demonstration and Nepal now, religious leaders are at the front and they give direction. And there is to the extent, I don't know, you can prevent the loss of life, but they try so much to stop the flow of blood and deal with the government. And that is how these people are able to be successful. Anybody who tries to kill innocent people will be dealt with. But now, because sometimes ujambazi iko nyingi, we agree to be hired as goons. Can you imagine a fellow Kenyan knows how bad we are suffering, but he's willing to be hired as a goon. Are we able to deal with that, Mr. Njiru? So we have a long way to go. So to these people, congratulations to them. But to a point whereby you take a regime out and then you agitate, you go to another revolution to bring it back, that one I tell them no. I mean, they should have a better option. It's not to bring the monarchy in. They should not bring the monarchy in. They should try democracy at all forms. They have better leaders if these ones have failed.
Haya, nimekuwa nikisoma kidogo about the 2008 revolution in Nepal, and I have seen the format was the same. Sijaona explanation, but this is still what happened in 2008. Na kuwekea tu kidogo. Hiyo ni 2008. Now that you have decided to teach us,
it's a scene that's become all too familiar on the streets of the Nepalese capital, Kathmandu. Running skirmishes between heavily armed police and protesters. Taking aim, the police fire tear gas into the crowd as they try to disperse the demonstrators, who fight back with rocks and stones. In one incident, a policeman's knocked to the ground. As he lies injured, missiles rain down around him. He's later carried off, suffering a broken nose. There have been casualties on both sides. 4 demonstrators have been shot dead and dozens of people wounded, others arrested. The street battles have been growing daily in this Himalayan kingdom. In February, the king sacked the government and assumed full power with the aid of the army. Thousands of pro-democracy demonstrators have taken to the streets since then, and as a general strike enters its 12th day, the country is facing a growing food shortage. As the situation escalates, a ban on demonstrations has now been extended to the outskirts of the capital. And it's not just the cities which are suffering. Government troops have been fighting Maoist rebels for years, and it's claimed gangs of state-sponsored vigilantes are attacking villages to root out the rebels. To try and end the conflict, the king has offered to hold elections by next April, but his opponents say he's not to be trusted and should hand back power now. Dan McLaren, ITV News.
yeah. So
Yeah, Njiru, the price they paid to take the monarch out, bro. I mean, I remember in 2008, I was crying for those people, and that is why I'm like, okay, if this is what you're crying to bring back, I mean, I don't think that's a good thing you people are doing. It's please, just change the government. Find people who are willing to work with you, because it's a very young democracy. You can imagine all these years from 18 something, one family has been ruling that country. You don't expect people to come all of a sudden and be able to handle this government, to handle every sector. And you have to remember that the monks are still very powerful, extremely powerful to the core. And a lot of money that comes, the treasury actually has not actually been taken out of the monarchs, basically even from the temple. So I think they must understand that they are going through stages. The worst they can do is to go back to the monarchy. Let them know that the stages of democracy are different. You cannot, I think they went and trusted the government too much that it will be the solution to their problem, okay? They died. People died in 2008 to the extent that the government was the king installed himself again to be the president, and he abolished parliament, and people were willing to die to the cause, and when I look back, and I see that what they're agitating is for the king to be reinstated, Mr. Njiru. To that extent, I say no. So you can understand the reason for their revolution is not the problem, like it's democracy. It is, I think, the monarch has found a way to cave in and find a space okay, to agitate the people and tell them democracy does not work. And now people are fighting democracy to install again what? The monarch back. So I'm not sure. I believe that it's a wrong precedent for them.
Okay, sawa. So let's hope that they will get something out of it. Ijakuja too. So at least if they have achieved two revolution, Bwana elect, let's give it to them. It is not easy to topple a government.
Very true. I said that very true. They are very organized society. They are very organized community. When they have the pain, all of them. It's not like some who are okay and some who are not okay, do not agree. They all agree and they take their governments out. That's why I told you Christianity is the worst form of agitation of human rights, because I think we are never the good Samaritan. No wonder Christ told us to be good Samaritan. A lot of people who walk away from the destitute people are people who work in the church. If you look at today, the people who have taken some of the seats that should be helping us are people who proclaim to be Christians, you know. And even Gachagua himself, sometimes I wonder if he's a true Christian, because at some point he understood that Kasongo is lying to him. So this issue of Christian religion, when it comes to agitating for human rights, sometimes I think we rank last when you look at other religions, you know, other world religions and how they operate when it comes to autocracy.
Okay, sawa. So wacha nikuwekee beste mwingine wetu hapa, alafu utanielezea. So let me put Mr. Moses Kuria.
Who's coming in the driveway?
It's just an exercise of democracy. I am very passionate about development matters. Having been a member of parliament, I am very, very sympathetic to members of parliament and their role in development. You saw the other day, I stood my position in CDF, which I stand by CDF. Yeah, because I believe that CDF is a very good fund. It has got no operational costs. We don't buy vehicles and everything. So well managed, which is what I want to guide Mwesimu Amboy. We are able to do something for people of Better North. But also to lobby for development, because it is the right of Better North people to get development. So when it comes to that, I'm very aggressive. So within the next 2 years or so remaining, I want to make Better North a shining example of what the leadership of Chama cha Kazi would mean.
Do you think probably you will floor the other candidates from the other parties?
There's no doubt, my friend. That is a language of defeat I don't understand. And you go to my record in by-elections, it's clear. I mean, I'm not here to waste time. I'm not here to make a point. I'm here to deliver this seat, and most important, I'm here to hold my brother here as he leads better people, and to show him that indeed it is good to learn from people who have been there, who have the experience, and who have a track record as well. Yeah.
What do you call? What is your message to the people of Better North as we approach?
I think my message is very clear. That's why we have adopted, other than Kevoi Wera Wadi, we are saying Mbere, Mbere fast. Not crowns fast, not parties fast, not slogans fast, not money fast, not mirengos, not all those things. Very fast. This election must be about the people of Mbere and their rightful share of development. It cannot be about all other things, must be secondary to that consideration. So my message to Mbere people, please, when it comes to 27th, 6th of November, vote for Mbere. It's not about Kivoi, it's not about Moses Kuri, it's not about Chama cha Kazi, it's not about DCP and all other parties. It's about the interests of Mbere people. And if I compare from where I was a member of parliament, there's a deficit in development. So Mbere has got some catching up to do. Mbere is lagging behind a bit. So we need to put all hands together, and it cannot be about any other consideration except about the people of Mbere. Really, I want to call for peace, and I have condemned the use of guns. I don't support use of guns, but I also want to warn the guns. You try somebody else, not where I am. I'm the master goon.
Yeah, mmesikia hiyo. So that is Moses Kuria talking about nomination in Mbeere North. So I don't know, like he is vouching for somebody who, so sijui chama yake kama iko na mtu. So I don't know. So Bwana Budi, could you react to Moses Kuria 1 minute before I make an high pattern?
I didn't see this coming, but I need to watch that excerpt of speech to really know what Moses Kuria. But if I can comment on based on what I have heard, what I've said this several times. People underrate who William Samoei Ruto is, and from the last election, what happened to a point this guy installed himself as the president of the Republic of Kenya, slipping away from the security, operations, to a point that he was declared as the winner, when you know very well other, commissioners knew very well this guy has not won. The guy is always ahead of the game, and he's not ahead because he is smart. He is because he allows us, and we allow ourselves to start debating what we were debating yesterday. When Moses Kuria says, and this shocked me of everything that he has said, that my track record when it comes to by-elections. That statement alone tells you that Moses Kuria has been paid so that he can reinforce. Remember last time when this guy, I don't know whether he had, he abducted himself or not, I don't know. But Moses Kuria came out and said, don't do things that are outdated. We did these things years and years ago, acknowledging what he had done in terms of saying there was somebody who was abducted and made sure that Uhuru did not win that seat. So he's coming to talk about his record on by-elections and how he has always used, either insidious, mendacious, or funny ways to win, not to clearly represent what the mandate of the people. So what is the record of Moses Kuria when it comes to by-election? It has never been a clear or a clean or the voice of the people. That is one thing the people of the mountain needs to tell him right on his face. And this is a man who, when Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was out of his seat, was practically who went unopposed, not because nobody wanted to oppose him, because of these things he's saying that he's a master goon. So he's telling other goons not to come in so that he can be the only master goon. So Moses Kuria is playing what he has always played, the rhetoric of a person who is reasoning, but behind the scenes, a person who makes deals and makes a lot of money. Remember at some point when Ruto wanted to ditch Moses Kuria, and things went so far. Moses Kuria represented himself to us as a political crying baby, said, at 3 p.m., I want all the media and I will tell them how Musando died. Do you remember that? And then Ruto had to retract so fast. Why? Because they understood that Moses Kuria, with his verbal diarrhea, is capable of actually now spilling the beans if ABCD is not going to be done. So Moses Kuria is coming in as a surrogate of William Samoei Ruto from his language, from what I can decipher. And I'm saying, I have not listened to the whole clip, but what I can tell and what I can almost guarantee you, Moses Kuria is not there for the people of Mbeere to win. Either to be a spoiler, not directly from Ruto's side, but to reinforce himself so that he can start having a leverage again to do what? To negotiate with Ruto in regard for him to return to the government. But absolutely, Moses Kuria is a character of a politician who actually has sold the mountain over and over and over and over for his own benefit. He's on the record saying that yeye ndio alileta William Samoei Ruto to the mountain. Whether true or not, I don't know. But if it is true, then he needs to be blamed for all the problems that the mountain has. So who is Moses Kuria when it comes to today political influence in the mountain? He's an unstarter. He's a nobody. He's a minion. So when you see him chest thumping, you can almost know that he understands, because of the desire of both Raila and Ruto to make sure that they flatten Rigathi Gachagua. So he's building an opportunity, a political opportunity, okay? And he has always been an opportunist, okay? Because mara anatukana Raila Amolo Odinga kwa TikTok, kwa Twitter space yake, anasema on this day you are going to die. The next time wakikuwa on the funeral together, badala amwambie, you know, the next funeral we are attending is yours, unapata anamwambia aje, oh, you are the smartest guy who knows how to operate in all governments, because you always have a plan. So what does Moses Kuria stand for when it comes to this by-election? I will guarantee you, and I don't think I'm wrong on this, he's leveraging himself as a middle person to either gain politically, so that wamuibie wampe hiyo kiti ya sisi kwa sisi, and also gaining momentum ya kuflatten DCP. But I don't think you people are stupid enough to allow that nonsense. Moses Kuria should not come here and tell us, you know, my track record when it comes, as if this is the time to define his track record in all by-election, that this person has never been an honest person. He never won these by-elections. It was lies after lies after lies. So if he wants to run on his record, give him the record. Absolutely, give him the record. The people of the mountain should come here blazing and speaking in their own language, not even in Kiswahili and in their own language, and flattening the guy day and night. I like the clip you put yesterday, whereby they said, the people from, I think Barrett said, the DCP is a popular party. Whatever maneno mnataka kutupea mtu wa DP, DP ilikufa kitambo. So if DP ilikufa kitambo, sasa ni sisi kwa sisi takuja kukufu. DP used to live and died. When did even sisi kwa sisi ever live? That's the question. It has not even been born. It has never have a political lifeline. So Moses Kuria wache hiyo penga anapiga hapo ya the mountain. When it comes to the by-elections at the mountain, I will tell you, you people should not have a middle ground no matter what. You must be ruthless to anybody who is coming in, including Muturi Justin. So if we can be ruthless to Muturi Justin, how about Moses Kuria? Bwana, huyu jamaa mtakana mumuchape viboko vile tulichapanga Ruto ina by-election Kisii, akawacha kiatu yake, and that's why mpaka leo anachukia wa Kisii.
Sure, that one is fair enough, eh?
Niruhusu nimalize kidogo maneno yangu mawili niondoke hapa, maana natimliwa Njiru. Sijui kama unanipata.
Yeah, naendelea msimamo.
Yeah, nitakuwa mfupi tu. Nitaongezea pale kaka yangu umezungumza hapo Alex. Kiukweli mimi sina imani sasa hivi, na yani sina imani tangia mwanzo na hawa wote ambao walikuwa kwa hii serikali alafu wakatoka edha kwa njia moja ama nyingine ile. Mimi naona kiko pale ni kama mpango fulani fiche vile kwetu, na haswa kwa hawa chepukizi walionyanyuka wakawatingisa maini kwa yale maneno yao matatu walioyaweka. So kwa kukosa majibu kwa yale maneno matatu, sasa kila mtu anajionyesha rangi yake halisi tunapoelekea haswa katika uchaguzi, katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao. Tunaanza na hizi by elections na tunaelekea kwenye uchaguzi mkubwa ambao ni 2027 hapo August, Mungu akijali. So tunaanza kuona rangi halisi ya hawa wanasiasa, kwamba wengi waliosimama tukasema ni wao tayari wana ishara tofauti za kuonyesha kwamba pia nao ni baraka kimpango fulani, kwamba wao pia wana vitu wana demand. Nikiweka sawa na kaka yangu hapa kama ndivyo mnukuu, Unaona, msipofanya hii nitatoboa hili, na msiponifanyia hivi nitafanyia hivi. So katika hii hali watu wanajitengenezea, tukidhani ni wenzetu, mwisho wa siku sisi ndo tunabaki sasa tunashangaa. Tukijaribu kuandamana tunaambiwa wakati sahihi ni wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu, ndo tutaangalia watu watachagua, na hapo kwa debe. Debe lenyewe hatuna imani nalo tangia awali. Kura ya Mkenya sidhani kama pia inatija. So suluhu ya hili halijapatikana. Wao ndo wanakosana kimpango fulani. Tunaona labda ni wenzetu kweli, mtu anakuja na kulia hali, fulani alinifanya hivi, nilitolewa kwa sababu ya hii, sasa hivi na mimi nami nitahakikisha kwamba yale ili tujenge uaminifu kwake. Lakini mwisho wa siku anayeingiza kibindoni nyingi ni yeye. Sisi tunabaki tukiumizwa haswa na masuala kama vile shana na kadhalika. So mimi nitamalizia kwa kusema hivi, not only labda tuamue tu kwamba either tuingie tu moja kwa moja kama wenzetu hawa walivyofanya, na tuonyeshe kwa maeneo yetu kwamba sisi sasa hivi wa Kenya tumeona kwamba huu mpango wa viongozi wetu wamepewa nyadhifa fulani, sisi tunahesabika kwa serikali hii, haina tija, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku tunabaki kwamba hao viongozi ndio wanakula na sisi wananchi tunabaki tukiwa sasa ni kama chombo cha kutumiwa. Na hili lianze Mlima, lionekane Nyanza, lionekane Coast, lionekane kila mahali kwamba wananchi sisi wenyewe tunaamua kwamba tumechokana haswa na hizi siasa, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku tabaki wanasiasa ni wale wale ambao wapo imekaa, wao ndio wanajiingizia hela, wamedimanita, wana kazi zingine za kufanya, nafasi hawapeani kwa wengine ambao wana tija ya kutaka kulinyanyua hili taifa. Tunakuta jamii ndio hiyo hiyo, mtu mmoja amekaa hapo karibu miongo ya kuhesabu, yani imekuwa hana shughuli nyingine yake, ndio hiyo hiyo tu, amekuwa gwiji kwa sababu tumemlinda kwa jina mheshimiwa. So for me nitaachia hapo nikisema kwamba hii hatima ya nchi iko katika mikono ya Mkenya. Tuamue kwamba hawa wote waende nyumbani, wote hawa viongozi wote waende nyumbani kabisa, hata wakuje na sera gani, hakuna anayetusaidia hapa. Not only to waende home, na kwa kufanya hivyo aidha kwa revolution ama tuamue kwamba sasa ni mwingine mbele, hatujamuelewa haswa, aidha atakuwa mzuri hata kuwa mzuri, lakini atuanzishie tu, kisha mwisho wa siku atumalizie huu uchafu kwanza, ama hii nafasi, kisha alafu tutajipanga taratibu twendako. Mimi nitaachia hapo kwa leo, asante. Mzuri, sijui kama umeniachia studio umeenda. Unaona Alex alitimka na wewe pia uko kimya, but kama upo sawa, kama haupo msimamo, yeye anaenda napumzika.
accountability. That is why your Faith had previously been nominated by William Ruto to serve in a committee on debt audit, and she rejected that appointment. Nothing happened to that committee. No one has ever seen the report. If at all it ever met, no one knows. Then she was also appointed to sit in a committee on anti-femicide, which she served, and that committee concluded its role. Now there's been this invitation and appointment to serve as a member of the panel of experts that is going to look into compensation for victims of extrajudicial killings. It is wrong for them to refer to these victims as victims of demonstrations. They are not victims of demonstrations. These are victims of extrajudicial killings, forced abductions, and disappearances conducted by elements within the Kenyan state. So even in terms of the characterization of the panel of experts, is wrong. How can someone be a victim of a demonstration? The victim is the victim of extrajudicial killings.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Forced abductions and forced disappearances conducted by elements within the state. And you ask yourself why there's so much hullabaloo and public uproar towards the appointment of Faith. Faith must understand that the Kenyan people had placed her on a higher pedestal. And to whom much is given, much is equally expected. And having been held in high esteem by the Kenyan people as a champion of justice and the rule of law, as a champion who stood with the people of Kenya when the Ruto state was brutalizing them, when the Ruto state was undermining the constitution, when the Ruto state did not allow Kenyans to enjoy the Article 37 rights to demonstrate peaceably and unarmed. Faith was a voice of the people. To turn around now to join a panel constituted by the same William Ruto whose state had committed these atrocities sounds like a slap in the face, a spit in the face to those who believed in her as a champion of their cause. So that is why it is expected that when you see people speak loudly against it, people actually condemning her. Somebody may say maybe she decided the time had come to cash in and abandon course. But that is a decision. It is within her right to make a decision to work with William Ruto, to work for William Ruto, or to be appointed by William Ruto. But also it's within the rights of the Kenyans who are held in high esteem to equally express their outrage. These same Kenyans don't care, for example, about Makau Mutua's appointment. They didn't have a similar high expectation of Makau Mutua. So he could be appointed anything by William Ruto, and they will not react in similar fashion as they are reacting when it comes to their faith. Because to their faith, they had more faith, they had hope in her. But now to go and work with William Ruto on compensation, before you discuss accountability. Because if we characterize this committee to be a panel of experts on victims of extrajudicial killings, for disappearances, and abductions by elements within the Kenyan state, as opposed to panel of experts on victims of demonstrations, it will have told you that the first point of call should have been accountability. Who are these elements within the Kenyan state who abducted, who disappeared, and who killed these young people? But in this particular instance, no one is talking about accountability. There is no ongoing process or parallel process in which there are investigations and there's a process that is going to lead to the policemen who committed these atrocities being taken to court. There's no such investigation. So before you conduct accountability, why do you go into compensation? They can go hand in hand. They can all run concurrently. But in this instance, you're only talking compensation without accountability. The elements who committed these atrocities are still within the state. What is the guarantee that in future they will not do it if they are not being called to account? It simply means that you are emboldening the state that next time they can still continue doing the same things, and you'll set up a committee to pay their families, to compensate them. The first step in any transitional justice mechanism is always about truth. Then you go to accountability. Then you go to Compensation. You cannot start from number 3 before you do number 1 and number 2. In this instance, we are not seeing any accountability. And that is why you are seeing many Kenyans are expressing outrage. And Faith, she must know that Kenyans have high expectations of her. That is why she's receiving a lot of strays. It is not that people don't like her. It's just that the people who are speaking feel betrayed. That she has gone to a panel that, in their view, does not address the serious atrocities that were meted out to the Kenyan people by elements within the Kenyan state. But to each their own. She's made a choice. It's well within her rights to do it. If I was asked my views on what she could have done, my view would have been very simple. I would have said that Dominic can come from the Law Society of Kenya, doesn't have to be the president. And she could have passed it off to any other lawyer or the Law Society of Kenya Council to nominate any of its members or any of its members for a member of the society to go and represent the society in that particular body. You cannot just say that you pick the president, you pick the best of those who the Kenyan people are looking up to go and join a committee that undermines the true quest for transitional justice and accountability. That is why you are seeing this kind of reactions on Faith.
Okay, according to the MOE that the number of people signed together at the KCC, at this compensation of the victims, especially the girls, is one of the point that Raila Odinga is pushing in that MOU. Maybe on the side, do you believe that William Ruto committing himself to trying to compensate all the victims of execution killings that has happened during this regime, during the previous regime? According to the focus of 2027 election, do you believe it's going to bring the Gen Zs closer to William Samoei? Because as for now, the Gen Zs they're voting against William Samoei to stop it. Maybe him doing all this, you have seen even inviting the Gen Z at the State House. What's your view on this?
You know, what I believe is that the Kenyan people and William Ruto are done. There's nothing William Ruto will do that will bring back the Kenyan people to it. But a man must try. He's trying. And maybe he thinks by initiating a compensation framework for victims, that will assuage the people. But you ask yourself, compensation for what? Compensation for abduction, forced disappearance, extrajudicial killings. By who? By the same state. It's like telling me that a thief comes to your house, then burns your house down after stealing everything. Then he tells you, now I'll come to the fundraising where people are fundraising for you to build for you a new house. You start by accountability. So without accountability, it's a waste of everybody's time. That money belongs to the people of Kenya anyway. The victims deserve compensation. No one is questioning that. They must be compensated. That one is a right. They must be compensated. That one we all agree. But the greater thing is there must be accountability. The officers responsible for these atrocities, they cannot continue to be in service. They belong to jail. Why is he not talking about they belonging to jail? Because if you don't take these officers to jail, where is the safeguard that there will never be a repeat of the same? It will happen again. That is why compensation cannot be enough. You cannot avoid number 1, number 2, number 3, and go to number 3. You start with the top, then you go to accountability before you go to compensation and reparation. William Ruto cannot run away from that.
Sawa. That is his fellow lawyers reacting to that. Faith Odhiambo was not supposed to take that job. And maybe for those who like hearing more world news, yeah, a while ago, Israel bombed Hamas hideouts in Qatar. So ni kama hiyo vita sasa imeanzia kutapakaa. So we don't know if Njiru vipi kaka? Udaondoka kiuma? No, niko hapa. Wacha story mingi. Kama unataka kukua kwa kituo, unakuwa kwa kituo, lakini acha kusema nimeondoka. So we are now waiting to see if there will be more escalation. Or what will happen. So, Anne, you are telling me about so that's just the reaction. Sijui kuna little known secrets that doom Ruto Raila 27 Pentagon. I don't see that. Can you give me the right topic of? Oh, okay. So, Anu, unataka nikuchezee hii yote kweli? Yaani Chris kumekucha hata ameanzia na
I believe one of my duties as a political analyst you rely on is to give you a heads up of what is coming. And actually,
not a political analyst who we rely on, a political analyst who Ants relies on. Umesikia? Ni sawa, iko sawa. Wacha tuanze. So, Ann, tutaende hiyo.
I believe one of my duties as a political analyst you rely on is to give you a heads up of what is coming. And actually, there is something coming that deserves our attention because it is going to be pretty chaotic. Now, on the 27th of November this year, 2025, 6 by-elections for parliamentary seats are scheduled. There is also a by-election for a senatorial seat and also MCA seats, which are fallen vacant. But my focus for today's show are, of course, the parliamentary seats, 6 of them. Now I can hear somebody asking, so what, Chris? What is the big issue? Where will the chaos emerge from? Okay, glad you asked. And I know you are asking because you think, or rather you believe, that the government will just sit back, work on their candidates, work on their campaigns, and be led like sheep to slaughter and be massacred by opposition candidates. And then they will lick their wounds and say, we lost. I know that is what you're thinking. But there is nothing like that. No government in the world likes embarrassment. Hata aibu ndogo ndogo hawataki. And so I want to say, those analysts who are waiting for these by-elections as a way to gauge, accurately gauge, the popularity or lack of towards the government or towards the opposition, I have some bad news for you. It will not be an accurate gauge. Why? Because of the nature of politics, and especially Kenyan politics. You know, we need to get away from imagining that politics, elections in politics, is not very different from that election you had in a classroom for a class monitor. No. This is something very different. Karibu sana to my show, where I'm going to expose something that will leave you gaping in shock. Karibu sana. Twende kazi. So, what is the government going to do? Okay, let's start more step by step. We know that this government is a government which is very preoccupied, very obsessed with perception. There is no way they can allow the perception to go forth that UDA is finished. No way. That will never happen. And the truth is, with the newfound partners, ODM, I think Kenyans are in for many shocks. And one thing you can be sure of is that there will be a lot of dirty tricks. Because you see, in politics, unfortunately, there are no rules. There's actually only one rule: thou shalt not be caught. Otherwise, anything goes. Because this is competitive politics. People want to win. Now, it is very important that we realize that the most dangerous thing that can happen to any opposition is a situation where that opposition has got massive support from the public. There is no situation which is more dangerous than that. Oh, trust me. It is better if the opposition has almost the same support that the government has, like it was during the reign of former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Okay, even if the opposition has a little more support, but at least it balances out. But when the scales tip in heavy favor of the opposition, you know what that means? Grave danger. Vifo za watu, watu kuumia, watu kupotea, etc., etc. Every dirty trick in the book. Okay? For this to sink in very deep for all of us, yeah, I know we are very experienced people who regularly tune into this channel. They will excuse me because I want to bring everybody up to speed. We are going to go back in history and examine a super fascinating case that unfolded when, at another time in our history, we had an opposition that had massive support from the public and a government that was limping, no support, or very little support. And this was exactly the situation in 1992 when the country had its first ever multi-party general elections, including presidential elections. Yeah, there were two main opposition parties, Ford Asili, yeah, of Kenneth Matiba, and Ford Kenya of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Both of them had 31 seats in parliament each. The ruling KANU party had 100. And very embarrassing for the ruling party, the opposition had taken over Nairobi. There was no single KANU MP anywhere in the capital city. It was all opposition. But let us quickly get on with the main points of this story. Yeah? And what we want to put across. Now, in the then Mathare constituency, yeah, of course it was won by the opposition, but it was very unexpectedly won by Ford Asili instead of Ford Kenya. It was suspected that somebody did a pop against the opposition colleague. Okay, and indeed later, a court of law agreed and nullified the election of MP Muraya Macharia. The successful petitioner was, of course, the person most people believe had actually won that election, Dr. Fred Masinde of Ford Kenya. And by the time this election was being nullified, it was already 1994. Okay? Dr. Fred Masinde was a very experienced politician. He had been a legislator in the Mulembe Nation for years until he was dislodged by Lawrence Sifuna, the late uncle to the current Secretary General of the ODM party, Bwana Edwin Sifuna. But Bwana Masinde was very close to Ford Kenya party leader, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who convinced him to vie for the Mathare seat. And he did, and won, only to be rigged out. But then the court corrected the situation by ordering people to go back to the Debe. But there was a problem. Bwana Masinde had run out of money. The money he had used in the campaigns, the excessive amounts of money he had used in the election petition, they're not cheap. He had run out of money. And now there's this by-election which he needed to win. It became a crisis because Ford Kenya, he appealed to them, but the party was not willing to support him financially to go into this by-election. And yet, there would be a huge advantage for Ford Kenya because if they managed to win this seat, they would have a majority in parliament over the other opposition party, Ford Asili. Now, of course, it is very dangerous to start looking for money in such a situation. When you have KANU waiting in the wings to pounce, and KANU were desperate for at least one seat in Nairobi. And KANU offered him a deal he could not refuse. Okay? Cash, a serious amount of cash, and an ambassadorial appointment to Vienna.
So you're telling me that it's not healthy to obsess over your partner 24/7 like I do? What you've described there is often associated with an anxious attachment style. Soon as
Or even more cash, and it defects from Ford Kenya to KANU and vies for the same seat on a KANU ticket. Well, those were very juicy offers. Bwana Fred Masinde could not refuse. But he refused. He said, no, I will take my chances elsewhere. And then something very crazy happened. As the scheduled date of the by-election, June 27, 1994, rapidly approached, Bwana Masinde was abducted for one night. For younger Kenyans, hii maneno haikuanza jana. And he was released in the morning. And the man was scared. He was in shock. And later that day, he held a press conference, withdrawing his candidature for the Mathare seat. Kenyans were shocked. But after that press conference, many of his supporters and his friends got in touch with him. And those close to him, including his brothers, convinced him to change his mind. And therefore, only a few hours after that first press conference, Dr. Fred Masinde called another press conference. And he told Kenyans, only fools do not change their minds. And he was not a fool. And therefore he had changed his mind. And now he was still running for the Mathare seat. In retrospect, that is the press conference that cost him his life. Bwana Masinde was involved in a very strange, bizarre road accident along Ngong Road. He used to live somewhere close to Adams Arcade, for those who know Nairobi. And he was on a taxi on his way to Mathare constituency. He was rushed to hospital in critical condition. And when the election results were announced, they were announced when Dr. Fred Masinde had passed on just a few hours earlier. So it was announced the MP for Mathare posthumously alikuwa ameenda. Now, of course, that was not a road accident. It was an assassination. Now, a former special branch officer, Bwana Hwatenge, who's on YouTube a lot, explained exactly what had happened and how it was done, how they used to do it in those days. I'm sure these days, it's a little more sophisticated. Now, the way this accident happened is that the vehicle Dr. Masinde was traveling in was hit from the front by an oncoming vehicle, and then another vehicle hit it from behind, like in a sandwich. And then a third vehicle following from behind, carrying good Samaritans in quotes, stopped. And one person came out, went to Dr. Masinde, removed a white handkerchief, and appeared to be wiping him around the nose area, wiping blood or something. And according to Bwana Hwatenge, that handkerchief was laced with a slow poison. Kuisha maneno. The rest was a matter of time, before what they wanted to happen happened. Now, super fascinating, a very alert Kenyan noted the number plates of the vehicle that took Dr. Masinde to hospital. And when they went to the registrar of motor vehicles, guess what they found? Those were the registration number plates of a tractor in Kitale. Hey, and that's not all. The scene of the accident was thoroughly cleaned. Somebody came with a lorry and a hosepipe, and it was thoroughly cleaned. No evidence. Case closed. Now, of course, the opposition suspected that their candidate had been bumped off, especially the Ford Kenya party. And therefore, there was yet another by-election. And there was too much sympathy vote for Ford Kenya. They swept it. Yeah. And their candidate in those particular elections went through. And the seat went to Ford Kenya. The name of that candidate who replaced Dr. Masinde was Ochieng Mbeo. Boss, usicheze na by-elections, especially in the kind of scenario we have in Kenya today, where everybody knows nobody will vote for UDA. Very few people will support the government side. Massive support is on the side of the opposition. That is a deadly situation.
Want to dominate the stock market without risking your own money? You just need to learn from the right teachers. My name's Tim Leung, and this is my dad, Tom. Hello. We help everyday people earn money with stocks using one simple strategy, and we're pretty darn good at it. Our company, Stock Navigators, was named one of the fastest growing companies in America. And the only reason we're so successful is because of the success that we've created for others. And I'll tell you why our strategy works so much better than anything else you might have tried. It's because trading stocks with your own capital is not the best way to make money trading. And that's what everyone gets wrong. Instead, we help you take advantage of the stock market's $300 billion daily trading volume without risking a penny. Now, the way we do it is completely different from anything you've seen before. The way we do it is with a 3-step strategy that my dad invented called the ATM strategy. It stands for Analyze, Trade, and Multiply. And my dad showed me this when I had no experience with anything financial, and it's helped me earn income like this. He showed my sister too, who's doing really well also. So if you want an extra income stream on top of what you might already be earning, we can help you with that. We just finished making the best video training we've ever made, walking you through step by step how to start using this ATM strategy for yourself. And the best part is it's 100% free. There is absolutely no risk in clicking on this video and seeing for yourself how this is working for so many people. So just hit the button on your screen, put in your email, and you'll have instant access to this free training, which reveals everything. Here's what others have to say about this.
The material and how to do it, it's all there.
It's changed my life in ways, and I can't thank Tim and Tom enough.
The supporting team was tremendously helpful. They want to see other people succeed.
Because the ruling party, the government, must save face. Whatever it takes, whatever they need to do. And I hope this will educate anybody who finds themselves in that situation where they want to make some quick money, by making a defection here and there, or where they want to change their financial status. It is not as easy as ABC, as the case of Dr. Fred Masinde clearly reveals. And of course, the lingering question here is why? Why did they bump him off? Well, maybe Kanu did not want to be exposed. Dr. Masinde would have revealed exactly what was done to him. The public would have known. People would have known Kanu tactics. And you see, at that time, Kanu was still busy poaching from the opposition. And people were suspecting what was happening. But there was no evidence. There was plausible deniability. And therefore, maybe Kanu, the ruling party, were desperate to retain that plausible deniability. Be as it may, a precious life was lost over a parliamentary seat. Hey, in those days, all kinds of dirty tricks were used. Sometimes a popular candidate who was definitely going to win the election at the 11th hour, pulled out of the election, allowing the KANU candidate to win easily. And of course, alikuwa amelipwa. In many other instances, popular politicians defected to the ruling party KANU. Yeah, despite the fact that they knew on the ground, KANU had no support. They still defected. Actually, it was a whole mess. And very important, it was very difficult by following these by-elections to say for sure that KANU had very little support. It was impossible. And therefore, we must expect the same in the upcoming by-elections on the 27th of November. We must expect that at the end of it all, it may be very difficult to gauge just how popular ODM and UDA, those two married political parties, it may be difficult to gauge just how popular they are because of the dirty tricks that are going to be used a lot in these elections. You know, as we usually say on this channel, the real politics, the real important things usually happen behind the scenes, away from the public eye. What we see unfolding in public, press conferences, utterances, speeches, behavior of politicians, that is just a manifestation of what has already taken place behind the scenes. And indeed, I have a few special reports lined up. I was waiting for confirmation on certain information, yeah, and I've received some confirmation. There's some I'm still waiting for, but any time I will release them. And therefore, I believe it is a good idea if you take full advantage of the current offer we have for a golden pass, which allows you to have anything kumekucha without ever again paying for anything. Now you can see details on the screens right now. For only Kenya shillings 6,333, every time a special report comes out, pop, you'll get it. And not only for a year, yeah, no, it is permanent. And therefore it's a great deal. This offer is almost coming to an end, so please rush. You can see details in front of your screens right now. Please rush and take full advantage of it, yeah, before it's pulled out. Now, meanwhile, this is the final call, yeah, for that Gachagua special report, which also reveals quite a number of very interesting things happening in the background that explains what we are seeing, yeah. This is the last call for that special report. You can see details on your screens right now. For only Kenya shillings 1,999, you'll have it pop in your inbox. Yeah, please remember to send me your email address immediately after you've made payment. Okay? So let's brace ourselves for the chaos that is.
Yeah, Andy ameniambia nicheze hiyo and I have decided to do it. So before that, nataka kuwekea ndege ya kifahari ya Ruto. Then I also put for you a video about I don't know why it's still I don't know why Ruto would still use a very expensive plane. Eh? Mm-hmm. Ya, wacha niwaekee hii, then kutoka hapo niwape explanation kidogo ya what has happened in Qatar, and then we call it a day. Kuna mama anaelezea vizuri.
Tim is on the ground and we'll be getting a live update shortly. But even as we wait for that, President William Ruto's recent trip to Addis Ababa is under sharp scrutiny after revelations that he flew aboard a luxury private jet costing taxpayers, get this, between 9 and 13 million shillings for a single round trip.
This comes even as the Control of Budget reports that government travel spending has ballooned to over 25 billion shillings in just 1 year.
Haman Kamariki with more.
For the Africa Climate Summit in Addis Ababa, President William Ruto chose a top-of-the-range luxury jet. The charter rate between 2.3 million and 3.2 million Kenya shillings an hour. With a round trip of nearly 4 hours, the bill to taxpayers comes to an estimated 9.2 million to 12.8 million Kenya shillings. The luxury flight comes just days after the Control of Budget Margaret Nyakango revealed that the government travel costs have hit record levels. Between July 2024 and June 2025, the national government spent 25.46 billion Kenya shillings on travel alone. The Office of the President topped the list at 1.7 billion Kenya shillings in the last financial year, a 28% increase.
Wabunge kina Meja Ndong mkubali. Mimi nitaenda nikate budget ya travel, tuweke 500 million ya hii ya wao wanafunzi. Na nitalete bunge kesho. So mjipange huko.
In 2023, Ruto promised to slash government travel budgets by half, a saving of 11 billion Kenya shillings, but this is just a dream. Instead, the Control of Budget's latest report shows that spending is only climbing, with taxpayers footing the bill. In contrast, leaders elsewhere have taken modest routes. South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa flies commercial after his presidential jet was grounded. Zimbabwe's Emmerson Mnangagwa and Uganda's Yoweri Museveni have at times boarded national carriers. And in 1973, even the US President Richard Nixon flew United Airlines during an oil crisis. Austerity for citizens, luxury for the presidency. With the Control of Budget putting exact figures on paper, Kenyans are left asking, who will stop the West? Haman Kamariki, KTN.
Now in
Huyo ndio yule jamaa hata hatuwezi ngoa, na mnasikia sasa the amount of wastage the guy is doing. I don't want to comment beyond. Huyo jamaa mnafaa kumngoa kama jana, lakini uoga. So nataka kuacha na hii video, so hiyo tu nimewekea for information so that you can hear what is happening. So wacha niwaekee story mbili hapa zinakinzana. Story mbili zinakinzana hapa. So there was an attack today in Nepal. So this is my last video, and then we call it a day. Tupatane kesho. Msikie vile Washington and Tel Aviv are denying each other.
Washington, D.C. The air was thick with anticipation as reporters packed into the White House briefing room. On September 9th, 2025, the Trump administration found itself at the center of an international storm, forced to answer uncomfortable questions about what the United States knew and when regarding an Israeli strike on Hamas and whether Qatar had been warned in time. The briefing began in the familiar rhythm of politics and protocol, cameras clicking, pens poised, and eyes fixed on Caroline Leavitt, the president's press secretary. But within moments, the tone sharpened. This was not just another Washington update. This was about war, diplomacy, and credibility in one of the world's most volatile regions. Leavitt opened with a carefully measured explanation. She said, and I quote, "The Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas. The president directed his special envoy Witkoff to immediately call the Qataris, and after the attack, he spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu." Those words framed the administration's defense. According to Leavitt, Washington had acted promptly. The US military relayed the information, Trump ordered outreach to Qatar, and conversations with Israeli and Qatari leaders followed. Yet immediately, skepticism grew. If Qatar truly received notification before the missiles fell, why were officials in Doha insisting the call came only after explosions were already lighting up the night sky? Pressed further, Leavitt leaned into a narrative her boss has often embraced, that of the deal maker and the peacemaker. She told the press corps, the president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again, both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done. And it was a familiar script, one that cast Trump as the broker of stability in a region where peace has always seemed elusive. Yet the timing of this particular crisis made the rhetoric ring differently. The attack had already happened, civilians were in danger, and Qatar was publicly contradicting the White House. In this moment, the US position looked less like leadership and more like damage control. Still, the administration doubled down. In another remark, Levitt emphasized, the president also overstressed the importance of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. This soundbite revealed both the White House's messaging strategy and the delicate balance of international optics. By highlighting Netanyahu's pledge to seek peace quickly, Levitt sought to show alignment between Washington and Jerusalem. But in the background, the reality of Israeli airstrikes stood in stark contrast to the language of swift reconciliation. Then came perhaps the most revealing passage. Levitt said, the president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil. Those words were striking. They acknowledged, at least indirectly, that Qatar felt blindsided, that trust had been shaken, and that assurances were now necessary. In diplomacy, such phrasing rarely emerges unless relationships have been tested. For many observers, this was as close to a confirmation as the White House would give that something had indeed gone wrong. And then, in a sharp pivot that underscored the unpredictability of modern political briefings, Levitt was asked about an entirely different controversy, a supposed birthday note from Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. The press secretary did not hesitate. This absolutely was not the president's authentic signature, she declared. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. The juxtaposition was jarring. On one hand, the administration was attempting to contain a potential diplomatic rupture between Israel, Qatar, and the United States. On the other, it was battling allegations tied to one of America's most notorious scandals. For a White House already under intense scrutiny, the overlap of international crisis and domestic controversy created a combustible mix. To understand the stakes of this moment, one must look beyond the briefing room. Qatar is not just another Middle Eastern country. It hosts the largest US military base in the region, Al Udeid Air Base, a strategic hub for operations across the Gulf. For Qatar to feel misled or marginalized is not just a diplomatic embarrassment, it's a potential threat to the operational backbone of American influence in the Middle East. Israel, meanwhile, operates under its own calculus. Facing threats from Hamas and emboldened by years of close ties with Washington, Israeli leadership often acts decisively, even unilaterally. But in this case, the decision to strike without clear coordination raised alarms about whether Netanyahu was testing the limits of American tolerance or whether Trump's team was simply caught off guard. The fallout is already reverberating. Qatar insists it received no advance warning. Israeli officials remain largely silent on the sequence of communications, and the White House walks a fine line, portraying Trump as a leader firmly in control while grappling with the reality that trust between two of America's closest regional partners has been strained. Critics point out that this episode reflects a broader pattern, lofty talk of peace paired with chaotic execution. Supporters, meanwhile, argue that Trump's quick outreach to both Netanyahu and Qatar proves his ability to step into crises and command the stage. Either way, the incident underscores how fragile alliances in the Middle East remain and how quickly narratives can unravel when facts are disputed. The added dimension of Trump's domestic battles, from litigation against the press to discredit allegations of scandal, complicates matters further. For an administration that prides itself on strength and clarity, the sight of its spokesperson weaving between questions about war, peace, and Epstein in a single briefing sends a message not of control, but of perpetual firefighting. In the end, what lingers is a fundamental question: credibility. Did Qatar truly receive the warning call before the Israeli missiles struck, or was the outreach too little, too late? For Washington, the answer matters not just for diplomatic optics, but for the core of its role as an ally and mediator. For Israel, the strikes demonstrate resolve, but risk eroding the very partnerships it depends upon. And for Qatar, the episode is a reminder that even friendships with global powers come with moments of betrayal. As Caroline Levitt walked out of the briefing room, the flash of cameras followed her into the hallway, capturing not triumph, but tension. The White House had spoken, but doubts remained. The press corps filed their stories, foreign ministries drafted their responses, and in capitals across the Middle East, leaders passed every word, every assurance, and every denial. This is not just a story about a strike. It is a story about trust. Who has it, who has lost it, and who is scrambling to rebuild it under the world's relentless gaze.
Good afternoon, everybody. Apologize for my tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another packed room. It's good to see. The president will be signing a proclamation in the Oval Office later this afternoon.
That was a very detailed explanation of what has happened today, because both Qatar and Israel, they have very close friendship with America. Sasa hatujui hapo sasa itakuwa namna gani. So it's a very volatile diplomatic stage which has been opened by Netanyahu. It is claimed that Netanyahu had informed the US about that imminent attack. And the US claims that they also immediately informed Qatar. So I don't know what was the lapse of time there. So, but the truth of the matter is that Israel attacked Qatar as they were looking for Hamas. So I think now the world is continuing to become porous and porous and porous. I think chaos is keeping on building up. Chaos is building up. So it's something which we will keep on monitoring. I do not expect Qatar to retaliate on that, because literally, as you know very well, they will listen to America, because there is a lot Qatar has done with America. So they will still go for, they will still not go for any retaliation. Maybe they could help to be paid damages. Maybe Israel could be forced to pay, and maybe also compensate those people who have died. But it's quite embarrassing. Then lastly, as I leave, I have also heard there is a lawyer who has died in Nairobi. The same style which the other MP tumezika alikufa. Nasikia amepigwa tu risasi kwa barabara. The guy is called Charo. Is it Charo or Kialo? I'm also hearing the guy from the latest news ile ambayo nimesikia ni ya kwamba ile siku tulisikia ati Rafael Tuju walienda kuona Chebukati, ati walikuwa na huyo Chalo. So ni kama evidence inaanzia kufichwa kimpango. So I don't know how it will go from that, but yeah, you know, watu wote ambao wako na kakitu katika hii regime, kuna vile we are losing them somehow. We are losing different people in different cells and cells which we cannot know. We lost Ogola, we lost Chebukati himself, now we have lost that guy. So Tuju pia ujihadhari, or maybe you have gotten a deal with the devil. Pengine hata kuguza. So if he gets a deal with the devil, maybe hawezi guzwa. So those are the things which, that's why crime does not pay. So there was a movie which always used to say that crime does not pay. Usifikiria tukifanya maovu utasamehewa. I can see also from Anne, she's talking about Epstein. So I don't know. Your story, Epstein, I don't think it will ever be concluded. Epstein is dead. So I don't know, but it's becoming a little bit confusing. Yeah, Epstein died while he was in prison. So stori zake ni kama hazitaijulikana vizuri, but Mr. Donald Trump is saying that he is not aware of much of things which were happening huko kwa Epstein. Hii mambo ya Epstein ni so tough. Ona vile Anna ameanzia sasa conspiracy sasa. Si Epstein aliaga dunia na tukaambiwa amezikwa. Ani usituwekea hizi conspiracy. You are the same people mnasemanga Tupac hakukufa, Michael Jackson hakukufa, Kenyatta hakukufa. Hey. It's like according to people, like people don't die. Ati Kenyatta hakukufa, sijui ati kuna pahali amefichwa. Wengine wanatuambia hata Hitler hakukufa. Ati immigrated to Argentina. Hizi ma conspiracy hizi. Ona. Yaani vitu zingine yani hadi ati hata nani Bob Marley hajai kufa. Ati Bob Marley somewhere. Ona sasa. Mimi turuhusu wale wamekufa wapumzike kwa amani. Something good which has happened to millennials, although I know maybe some of you do not follow the Catholic faith, but millennials have gotten their first saint. So Carlos Acutis, Amani Akatis. So maybe there's something which I can also give you. Lakini mwende mutafute. The boy is mwili yake imewekwa. This is our first millennial saint. Wacha niingize ani kwa kanisa, wacha conspiracy. Our first millennial saint. So,
build a website you love.
I'm a millennial
with Wix. For your words.
This is the story of Carlo Acutis, the Catholic Church's first millennial saint, who sadly died of a serious disease at the age of 15, before he could even get a driver's license. At first glance, Carlo seemed like any other teenager. He loved Nutella, playing with his dog, and playing video games like Super Mario Bros. But Carlo has already been responsible for 2 miracles: healing a boy of a serious birth defect and saving the life of a girl, both after touching his relic. And in 2020, over 41,000 people visited his shrine. And in 2025, Pope Francis will declare Carlo Acutis the first millennial saint. I really want to talk about Carlos' story, not because I'm some religious scholar or because I'm holier than thou, but just because I think his story is really inspiring, especially for a young Catholic like me, because he lived basically in the same era as me. Being born in 1991, he lived through cell phones, video games, and the birth of the early internet. But even as a young child, Carlo was different. At the age of 4, his grandma appeared to him in a dream as an angel, asking for prayers. By age 6, he shined in church class. And by the age of 7, he asked his first Holy Communion. To say that this changed his life would be an understatement. From then on, he attended Mass daily, prayed the Rosary multiple times a day, and before and after Mass had a holy hour, because he believed that the Eucharist was his highway to heaven. Carlos's faith was so strong that it had a big impact on his friends and family. His mother, Antonia, for example, had only attended Mass 3 times before Carlo. But Carlos's faith inspired her to return to going to Mass regularly, and she even enrolled in a theology class. By age 11, Carlo had become fascinated with computers. He taught himself how to code, was building websites for his parish, and gotten so good he was tutoring college students. He even made a website documenting Eucharistic miracles, where the Eucharist might be transformed into living flesh, or other miracles during Mass, showcasing over 182 of them. And this website is incredible. I used it to make this video, And it is such an amazing piece of work. I'm just in disbelief that someone this young could have made this. But regardless, Carlo didn't just spend all of his time building websites. He loved hanging out with his friends, making videos of his dog, and playing video games like Super Mario Bros., Halo, and Pokemon. And when he noticed that he was gaining weight, he actually restricted the amount of time he played video games each week to just an hour. Carlo was known for his kindness. He stood up to bullies, helped classmates with their schoolwork, and made friends with everyone, even the janitors and custodians at his school, many of whom were immigrants and were generally ignored or mistreated by a lot of people. But not Carlo. Carlo went out of his way to make friends with anybody for that matter, and especially people who seem to be alone at lunch tables or the children of divorced parents who were going through a really hard time. One of Carlos's favorite sayings was that all people are born as originals, but many die as photocopies. And he lived by these words, talking people out of watching porn and despising harassment against women. I know I sound like a broken record, but Carlo stood up for everyone. Carlo had a strong devotion to the Mass and Eucharist. He often said that when we stand before the sun, we get a tan. But when we stand before the Eucharist, we'll become more like saints. He believed that sin was taking our eyes off of the Creator and instead putting our eyes upon created things. And sadness was looking inwards and not outwards about how we can help others. And on that same note, he often wondered why stadiums were full, but church pews were empty. When one of his friends killed a lizard for no reason, he ran home and cried to his mom, and her mom had to console him by saying that the lizard was in heaven with Jesus. And with his first savings, rather than buying the latest Super Mario game, he instead bought a sleeping bag for a homeless person. Despite Carlo being
anyway, that's our first millennial saints. Hope we will get several. Na pia tupate saint kutoka Afrika pia. Wasikuwe tu wanatokanga Europe all the time. So that is one of the problem ile ambayo nakuanga nayo. I also believe we have Africans who have lived good life. So we should also be researching about good life which has been lived by some of Africans, and we also make them saints. So I am not of the school of the thought whereby saints should always come from Europe alone. I'm not. So hiyo tu ndio inakuwa tu shida yangu tu. I hear in Africa we have like very few. Bakita and Saint Charles Rwanga. Very few saints. So I need to hear some of our grandfathers also becoming saints. Yeah. Na msianzie kuwekelea museme walikuwa waganga. Some of them they had good life. So wacha niwaekee propaganda ya, because unajua I think Kenyans have a problem. Wacha niwaekee propaganda ya Ndindi Nyoro hapa. So I'm now hearing that Kenyans saying, hey, Ndindi Nyoro anajua kuongea sana, simply because amekuja akawaambia sijui maneno ya uchumi sijui nini. I've listened to Ndindi Nyoro, and frankly speaking, whoever want to attack me, you can attack me. His economic advice did not make sense to me, but nikasema tu wacha tu nisikilize, because it's like Kenyans they want to make him to trend. Where is Ndindi Nyoro? And I will say the reason why.
Umepata kazi juzi bank. You are now doing business very well as a contractor or anything else. Your first money, what do? Buy a plot. Then after buying a plot, build flats. Guys, my brothers and sisters, big companies like the one I quoted, including Equity Bank, including their own headquarters, is leased. They don't own. So you want to tell me, in your mind, you have more CFAs, you have more actuaries, you have more financial advisors than Equity Bank. And I am saying that with all due respect with my brothers who are in that business. I'm now talking to the buyer, not the seller. Other than the house that you live in another than the farm that you need. What is this plot you have in Kitegera, and the other one in Kamuru, and the other one in Kigajo, and the other one in Narumoro? Ni ya nini, ni ya kufanya nini? I am not saying that I am an oracle, but I just want to tell you, mimi sina pahali nachukuaga rent. Because you realize this business of building things, building, you are actually doing it for the satisfaction of the people who live in, not for you to make money. Because the return on investment on a flat, the return on investment is less than 8%. People will keep saying, oh, 12 or 15%, toa yote, and you give it time. It will oscillate and still settle down below 8%. Umepata kazi juzi, bank. You are now doing business very well as a contractor or anything else. Your first money, what do? Buy a plot. Then after buying a plot, build flats. Guys, my brothers and sisters, big companies like the one I quoted, including Equity Bank, including their own headquarters, is leased. They don't own. So you want to tell me, in your mind, you have more CFAs, you have more actuaries, you have...
I don't know to respond to this man because that's a lie. Unajua, sijui kwa nini Wakenya wanapenda kubebangwa na vitu ndogo ndogo. From the world of engineering, I can dispute that. So saa zingine huyu jamaa, I can dispute that. It needs to, and I want to give information here now concerning here. Sababu unajua kuna mtu atasikia hapo aanzie kusema Ndindi Njono ako na mbodhi sana ama anajua kuongea sana. Let me explain something here today as I close the show. Nimesema lazima niseme because unajua Wakenya ni watu wa kubebwa tu ulio. So he is saying that and I'm not saying that because I have the appetite at ya kununua maplot sana. Ndindi Njono refused to talk about something we call appreciation, which is normal. I know of a plot, I know of a lady who bought a plot worth 20,000 in 1973. He bought a plot worth 20,000 in 1973. In 2004, that plot was worth 20 million. That was appreciation of 1,000 times. And at that time, the inflation, the economic inflation, was not even 100 times. When it comes to building, when you build a house, you are not building it for rent. On that element, I slightly agree. But building is a store of value. You are storing value. I'm taking my 100 million, I do a house now. As I collect rent, eventually I can even sell that building and I return my initial investment at a profit. Sababu, nyumba nimejenga 2,000. I can use 20 million. I can use 20 million to build a house in 2,000. Hii nyumba, after 20 years, nishaokota rent. After 20, so within 20 years, nimeokota rent. And ni kama ng'ombe ya kukamua. Let me give example ya ng'ombe ya kukamua. Unanunua ng'ombe inatoa chupa 5. Ng'ombe ya kukamua inatoa chupa 5. Halafu unakuja unailea tu kabisa na kuwa kubwa. Una treat, inatolewa kupe, kila kitu inakaa mzuri. So by the time you are selling that house, not that house, by the time you are selling that cow, kuna pesa ya maziwa usha benefit nayo. Kuna ile pesa unapatanga remedial ya maziwa. Hiyo iko kando. Then there is now the capital which you will now subtract with the initial investment. So ulikuwa umenunua hiyo ng'ombe 30,000. Alafu you use the 50,000. So we have recouped 20. And the 30,000 which we had invested is already there. which we can actually take to another investment. I'm not an economist, but you should. I don't understand what this is. What Didinyoro is doing, and I don't know why Wakenya wanabebwa na hiyo. Mnaanzia kusema somebody becoming so clever. Number one, Didinyoro anataka muachane na mashamba ili wakuwe wananunua wao. He is eliminating competition. Sasa anataka tuanzie kuchukia mashamba ili sasa tukianzia kuchukia, it could be a government. Let me tell you, huyu jamaa anaweza kuwa hata ametumwa na serikali to go aanzie sasa kuongelesha Wakikuyu, sababu Wakikuyu vile wanapenda mashamba na kununua mashamba. Wacha tutume huyu mtu who looks believable to spread propaganda, watu waachane na maplot ili maplot ianguke bei, demand ya maplot ishe, maplot ianguke bei, hata akina Zakayo waende wanunue. You should see this guy as an agent of destruction. I was born, and I don't think like my grandmother and my grandfather were fools. They all the time used to tell me that we ukipata pesa yako pata kaprot. Prot ijaiangusha bei. Prot ijaiangusha bei. Prot ni kupanda inapandanga. Prot ni kupanda. You never get it wrong. That is my grandfather who is now dead, and we buried him. He might become a saint one day. He was a very serious Catholic. So kama Wakatoliki wanafanya analysis, huyo mzee pengine ni vile hamjachunguza, he might become a saint. Okay, so Ana anasema yes, ni historia ya shamba starting with archives. I don't know what who you see wa Muranga, something is wrong. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that it's not true. So Didinyoro is spreading propaganda, and then Kenyans are there saying that huyu jamaa ni mwerevu sana. I listened to him and he was speaking garbage. What Didinyoro was speaking is garbage. It's not true. He, as a person who understands construction is rewarding. That is the truth. Construction is rewarding. So you see, he now wants to encourage. In fact, construction is the only place whereby you cannot lose money, because that's an asset, and the asset keeps on appreciating. In shares, the company kule anatuambia sijui ati nilikuwa nikiona akisema shares zinaenda hivi. Shares zinaenda hivi. So you want like everybody to buy shares. But the truth of the matter is, in fact, in shares you can lose money, but in a building you will never lose money. In a building you will never lose money if you are stringent in construction. Kama unajua sasa, Didinyoro is trying to explain about the frustrations we get sababu naibiwa simiti. I'm not talking of that style. Hata ukiamua kujenga, you want to build it as an economic activity. Unataka kujenga flat mzuri yako hapo, Bana huyu jamaa bana, acha kutudanganya bana. Hata nyinyi wa Kenya muachange kusisimuliwa na vitu zingine. That was not academical. In fact, I would want to challenge Didinyoro to have a debate with me about that subject which he brought. I now use more factual data than you anatumia theory. Anakuja tu anatuambia sijui ati story ya leasing. This is why Equity does not lease. And I want to explain here. The reason why Equity Bank does not lease, it is because they have no time to build. No, not lease. They don't build. They have no time to build. Equity Bank, they want a branch. They want a branch in Embu. Their business is growing. Kujenga nyumba, you need 5 years. Or you need 2 years. They have not that time to wait, and they want to open a business. So the reason why Equity Bank will prefer leasing than building a house, it is because their business is expanding and they have no time to wait. Hawawezi, there's no in which wataanzia kujenga nyumba, but if they have where they postulate, where they have like planned their physical plan. Na wanasema in Meru we might have a branch in the next 5 years. Wanajenga. They will always build a house because leasing will also turn to be very expensive at the end of the day. And eventually the house does not belong to you. So bana, ubeshte acha kutudanganya bana. So he was like even saying that with your small business where you own 100%. Nilisikiliza kila kitu. So Ndindi Nyoro, stop lying to Kenyans. It's not fair. Stop lying to Kenyans. So Ndindi Nyoro did a very serious lie to Kenyans. I do not agree with him where pale ati anasema ati building a house is not rewarding. Let me give a case study. Umejenga, I have heard of plots which are being built, zile zinanunuliwa pale Upper Hill. Unasikia plot ni ya $500 million. How much money did those people invest in buying those plots? Maybe they could have invested like 50 million during the time when they were buying them. You invested 50 million and maybe 20 years down the line or 30 years down the line, you are recouping over 1,000% of that money. Even inflation in a country does not build up on that quickly. Umekuja ukajenga nyumba. I know of a company which built, because I was involved in the design and in the building of that house. At that time, we valued that house 16 million. Kujenga baadhi imekuja kukua expensive sahi. Karibu sana Wanjeri. So kujenga ilikuwa 16 million. We have built that house. And I can tell you that house immediately tumemaliza kujenga hiyo nyumba. I'm talking of a place in Nairobi. Tumemaliza tu kujenga hiyo nyumba tu hivi 16 million. A house we built in less than 6 months, half a year. 16 million, half a year. And there is somebody who wanted to buy it at 40 million. Somebody want to buy that house at 40 million. So already the house, its initial capital, inakuja kukua pesa mingi, almost double. You actually, so you get that money. Let me ask you a question, because this guy, I'm not understanding it. I've seen matatus. I have seen a man buying one matatu and they become 30. Sababu, wale watu wanaanzaga biashara za matatu. Si ati anaendanga ananunua 40. These people always start with one. I've seen somebody starting with one building and they have a stream of houses. They have stream of houses. Ako na 20, 30. So don't allow the Ndindi Nyoro propaganda to enter in your land. Is important. Na Mungu akikupea nafasi to have 3 or 4 plots, have them. It is important. Wajeri, nimemaliza.
Sanjiro, unaendaje?
Mimi niko chonjo, wewe ndiye nilikuwa nangojea na umefika. Wewe chapa lugha sasa.
Alafu ndio wewe ndo niwache hapa nikijiongelesha.
Kwani kujiongelesha ni mbaya? Kujiongelesha, unajua in fact psychologically watu wanajiongelesha, wale watu jiongelesha tunasemanga they are.
Mimi Njiro, mimi si kama wewe, mimi siwezi jiongelesha. Ukienda tamini.
The high position in the
Unajua maprofesa wanakuanga na wazimu tu. You know, me, all my professors were kind of insane. All of them. They talk to themselves. So, wewe najua sasa unawa understand. Au niyo mabishto wako.
There are 2 things which are signs of being enabled. Unaona hata wale wanasahau wingi sana. Unaona huyo mtu unasemanga kwani wewe unasahau wingi kama kuku. Huyo mtu is a very serious person. So achangeni kuambia mtu anasahau kama kuku. Watu wa kusahau they are very efficient in some places.
So nimesikia kwa Ndindi Nyoro anasema nini?
No, Ndindi Nyoro has been like he is moving around advising people muachane na maprot. You don't need many prots. And then Kenyans are like in relation and now saying that we have now gotten an economic expert to come and advise us. Wacha nikuchezee basi video yake ili umuelewe. Inakaa umetoka Kongo, toka from somewhere. So
more financial advisors.
Kidogo wacha nikuwekee. You know, in Embu we use that word Kongo toka. I don't know if you know what Kongo toka means.
My grandmother says ni wenye watu wenye wanaongotoka wanaendaga Mung'etho juu hawana kazi nyingine ya kufanya.
So mimi sijui umetoka Kongo toka wapi, lakini sikiliza hapo.
Umepata kazi juzi bank. You are now doing business very well as a contractor or anything else. Your first money, what do? Buy a plot. Then after buying a plot, build flats. Guys, my brothers and sisters, big companies like the one I quoted, including Equity Bank, including their own headquarters, is leased. They don't own. So you want to tell me, in your mind, you have more CFAs, You have more actuaries, you have more financial advisors than Equity Bank. And I am saying that with all due respect with my brothers who are in that business. I'm now talking to the buyer, not the seller. Other than the house that you live in, and other than the farm that you need, what is this plot you have in Kitegera, and the other one in Kamuru, and the other one in Kigajo, and the other one in Narumoro? Ni ya nini, ni ya kufanya nini? I am not saying that I am an oracle, but I just want to tell you, mimi sina pahali nachukuaga rent. Because you realize this business of building things, building, you are actually doing it for the satisfaction of the people who live in, not for you to make money. Because the return on investment on a flat, the return on investment is less than 8%. People will keep saying, oh, 12 or 15%, toa yote, and you give it time. It will oscillate and still settle down below 8%. Umepata kazi juzi, bank. You are now doing business very well as a contractor.
That is your yule mtu mnasema anaweza kuwa rais Kenya. That guy is lying to Kenyans. That one is not true. What about store value? Nikijenga nyumba iko na value yake, which is keeping on appreciating. He is only talking of rent. Kama sasa nikijenga nyumba worth 20 million, already that is 20 million I've stored. Then there is what I'm recouping through the benefits of rent. So if I want to discard that house, I will have to regain my 20 million back first of all. It's a lie, bana. Go ahead. Wajeri alikuwa amekuja salamu na ni sawa. So that's a lie. Don't take Ndindi Nyoro serious. Okay, so Wandeto anasema aje? Nani landlord wa affordable housing, swali tu. Yeah, why akina Ruto hata ukijaribu kumpokonya ile Weston Hotel hawezi kubali? Why does Uhuru want to invest in Northern? Na Northern ni mijengo tu. Why does Uhuru want to build? Why does Uhuru want to invest in a business which does not pay? Eh? Why are they building estates if they don't pay? Bana, Ndindi Nyoro, wewe kuna mtu amekutuma. And you will be shocked that Ndindi Nyoro is a weapon of propaganda. Kuna mtu ametuma Ndindi Nyoro. Na wakasema huyu mtu tutampopularize vizuri. Ndindi Nyoro he is being used against Kenyans. Na hii kitu mtakuja kujua, kuna mtu ametuma Ndindi Nyoro. Na mtakuja kuniuliza, Ndindi Nyoro, he is not alone. He is not alone. Ameambiwa wewe toka because unajua wewe kuna vile uko na you have that credibility wink. You have some a bit of credibility wink. Sasa hii propaganda ya mijengo na maproti enda sambaza. Watu Ndindi Nyoro is being used. Na mtakuja evaluate that and you will come to know it. Ndindi Nyoro is not on his own. Ndindi Nyoro is not on his own. He is either working for somebody. Me personally, I always hear people saying that he is a very credible guy. That one is debatable according to me. I judge people when they have responsibility. That is it. I judge people with what they do, with what they have. And up to now, Ndindi Nyoro has refused to declare a stand. Whether you want to be independent or not, he has not outrightly fought Ruto government. Kuna vile tu anawapiga tu hivi tu ni kama ana slice. Aingi hivi. So there is too much. I want somebody who can declare stands. I'm blue, I'm white. Now anasema, I don't know what Roy means. So, please, usidanganywe. building has never refused to be profitable. Ni vile some of us hatuna pesa inaweza jenga hizo apartments kubwa. But if I can be able to build like a Muthaiga Square, a building like Muthaiga Square, if I can be able to build 680 hotel, I can do it. Raunatic Homes anasema ati Ndindi Nyoro is 100% right. Haya, wewe endelea kumsikiliza. What about the investment money? Is that not part of the ama ukijenga nyumba 100 million after 20 years unauza 100 million? Tumalize hesabu yote. I agree, saa zingine pesa ya rent, saa zingine maybe inaweza. And how many times do they even do maintenance na vitu zingine? How much mbona wanaenda hata kuiba hizo maplot ziko huko nini? Why are they stealing plots if they are not important? Why is Mudavadi stealing a cemetery if it is not important? Why are they stealing? Mbona Ruto asiachilie Weston if they are not important? No, I don't agree. People are making money. People are making money elsewhere, everywhere. In the US, it's very few people who are able to own such properties. Donald Trump, those who can own those big property. Why does Bill Gates want to be the biggest landowner in the US? Please, tuache kukosesha watu. Just tell people, invest where your capability is. Wewe kama unasikia unataka kununua shares, wewe enda ununue shares. Yule anasikia nguvu yake, bora tu plot yako ikuwe iko na title deed na sio ati kupokonywa unapokonywa. I will not agree with Ndindi Nyoro. As somebody who has seen the construction industry, it is not true. It's not true. If you are diligent in construction, especially kwanza ujengewe na contractor who munalipikishana kila kitu vizuri, unajua once you give those responsibilities to somebody, so hapo ushughuliki ati na story ya simiti zinaibiwa manini. You just want a finished product. As long as you have a good credible contractor akujengee nyumba in the right standards, you are okay. Hata hizo shares, it doesn't mean that even the shares at board, it doesn't mean that they will work. Saa zingine Ndindi Nyoro waache kudiscourage wa Kenya. Aseme wanataka kununua mashamba. He just want to be, wanataka waachue tu uwanja peke yao. Ama maybe atuambie maplot zimesaturate, hawataki kusikia watu wananunua mashamba. But I don't believe in that. So mi bwana Lunatic Homes, oh no, not Launik, sorry. Launik Homes, I believe otherwise. I believe otherwise. So Ndindi Nyoro, when he was in the government, he could not use that wisdom, which is trying to tell us now. Ama hiyo mambo ameweza kuelewa after ametoka shule. So Ndindi Nyoro cannot suddenly become clever bwana. So kama hiyo ndio barabara ametafuta ya kupendwa na Wakenya, atafute barabara ingine bwana. So Launik Homes, from engineering point of view, is not true. Economically ni sawa. Maybe in economics it is true, but in engineering is not true. In engineering, we always believe that buildings and land becomes valuable over time. Ebu sahi enda jaribu kusema unataka kununua Muthaiga Square, uone kama utawezana. Ama 680. Ama hata akina Laiko. Unless if that person is under receivership, whereby kuna kitu inamsumbua, anataka kudispose hiyo asset. That's the time when they can dispose it of less than market price. But when the person is under natural setting, hiyo nyumba utaweza kununua kunaambiwa 6 billion, 8 billion. Hata KICC venye inakaa sahi, do you think you can easily buy KICC? Wacha hivyo, ni nyumba imejengwa 1973. You need billions. Na kila mwaka tunaokotanga rent hapo. Ni vile hiyo rent ya Kenya tunaokota hapo vibaya, because even when it comes to management, pia nayo management inataka kukula pesa yote. But if you make it a profitable thing, it will work. So wacheni kudanganya Wakenya tafadhali. Tuache kudanganya Wakenya. So nani anataka kuingia kwa show? So me, I disagree with Didi Nyoro. I disagree with Didi Nyoro. Why would Donald Trump buy a house at 8? Either he bought Mar-a-Lago at 8 million. Why would Donald Trump buy a house at around 8 million, Mar-a-Lago? And right now that house is worth 300 million. And go and look at the amount of money they are getting there. And he is busy building and building and building. Bana, tuache uongo bana. From 8 million to 300 million. That is the Mar-a-Lago. Go and look at the history of Mar-a-Lago. Hata iko hapa. Hata niwaangalilie. Mar-a-Lago selling price. Acha niwaangalilie. I knew the other time when I was checking at Mar-a-Lago, niliona Mar-a-Lago ni kama alinunua around 8 million. Acha niwaangalilie. Mar-a-Lago. Na ni nyumba iko ina 17 acres of land. It was built between 1924 and 27. Trump bought it for 10 million. Unanunua 10 million. Trump bought it for 10 million. Now, can you look at the price of that house now? Nauliza sasa Donald Trump if it was worthy to buy it.
Oh, Njiru pole. Someone called me nikatoka.
Go ahead.
So ati Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa anasema nimemsikia kidogo. So Ndindi Nyoro ameiba serikali, ameiba Kenya Power, he has stolen. He has enough money, he has enough homes. Sasa naambiwa Kenya they shouldn't invest in apartments. First and foremost, I like attitude ya Wakenya. Attitude ya Wakenya inakuanga have a home first. Hiyo attitude haikuangi in other countries, by the way. Do you know that, Jiru? And that attitude has made sure that Kenyans have a home, iwe permanent ama isiwe semi-permanent. Kila mtu anakuanga na place ya kuita home. Si ndio, Njiru? That is a good thing. So we shouldn't buy that Dinyoro's attitude. He has looted. Alafu anasema maneno ati anacompare Wakenya with big companies like Equity. We are not Equity, and we may never have money that is in equity. But at least we need a place to call home. And the good thing with homes is that homes appreciate in value. In fact, I'm a teacher of math and business studies, and nafundishanga wanafunzi kwamba one of the few assets that appreciate is land and houses. The cars depreciate, but one of the few assets that appreciate in value is land and houses, irrespective of when that land was bought. So that's my take on that, Jill. Kuna swali lingine?
So, and why is Didinyoro walking around telling people we should not be thinking about plots and buildings? Why is he walking around telling
because he has stolen, he has looted from us, he has nothing else to say. Why should even people listen to Didinyoro anyway?
Yaani anatoa siku hizi because unajua Wakenya wanafikiria anaongea vizuri sana.
Akona ni madharau ndogo ndogo. Unaona, alafu unajua nimekuwa nikishangaa nikisikia watu wakisema ati manani ya Didinyoro na kina ati Babu Owino. What is wrong with Kenyans? We have about 50 almost 52 million.
So unajua kuna ile like Didinyoro has presented himself as a very serious economist at who can be able to unasikia hata vile anaanzia kutoa dent hata vile anaanzia kukosoa Ruto sijui nini ati wanakopa umesikia ati sijui kuna tudeni twingine vile alikuwa anaelezea ati kuna ati Kenya iko na major deni ati kuna we have a major debt na then pia ati tuko na tudeni twingine twa kando. Ulisikia vile alikuwa anatuelezea jana?
Juu amekosana na Ruto. Juu Ruto amezuia penye, they were stealing together. So it is two thieves, ni wazi wawili wamekosana. Alafu wanatuweka katikati. Didinyoro now want to play a good, atuambie how old is he? Let him account, atuambie I borrowed 1 million from Equity. Nika invest kwa hapa, ikazaa this. He needs to account for his wealth, which he cannot account. You see? So he should stop talking trash and thinking Kenyans are stupid.
Yeah, he should come with the real mathematics. His math is not mathing.
Yes, mnaona I'm worth this millions or these billions. I borrowed 1 million kwa Equity, nikaweka kwa hii ikazaa. Hiyo pesa nikaenda nikainvest hapa ikazaa hii. He needs to tell us before he tells us things kwamba you don't do this. He should tell us where he got his wealth. Kwanza kuna watu wengine watafungwa tu jera, not thinking watafungwa. Unajua there are people will be jailed in Kenya, by the way. Let me tell you, some people will be jailed in Kenya very soon. And Didinyoro, he shouldn't think he's safe. When all these thugs and thieves are arrested, he may be one of them too.
Mimi naona in fact he is trying to cleanse his name. Na sio maajabu msikie Didinyoro ni deputy ya Ruto. Huyo? Huyo anaoga. Now he is trying to cleanse his name.
Anasema he's lying with a straight face. Yes, Anne, he's another liar wa Kasongo. Ameambiwa na Kasongo akuje ajifanye. Unajua siku hizi Njiru umenotice
ongea story ya pesa bana, Wakikuyu watakusikiliza. Unasikia? Ongea story ya pesa bana, Wakikuyu watakusikiliza.
Njiru, have you seen the Kasongo moles how they are talking? Let me tell you how Kasongo moles are talking. Like nani huyu governor na like Natembea, they talk like Natembea. Have you listened to Natembea in the recent past?
Sijasikiliza.
Ati anatoka kuna mioto. Ati na condemn Kasongo, ati kuna ati Mandera imekuwa invaded, sijui nini. He is asking Ruto to act in immediate effect. Then baadaye namona akipigwa picha na Murkomen. You hear how Kasongo moles talk? Those are Kasongo moles. Yani wameambiwa, for you ndio watu wakusikize, you must wake up in asubuhi, unaita press conference, lazima unashaburia serikali kiasi, you say something, you must say attack the government.
Inaitwa disguise. Inaitwa disguise. Yani ni kujificha. Unajua watu wasielewe tuko pamoja.
Alafu unaona mtu amejikakamua, amejifanya mkali. Just like, let me say this. You know what I think? That Sifuna is Raila Odinga mole. I don't trust Sifuna either. You see, Njiru, you are either with us or against us. You cannot beat him with our enemy. Alafu asubuhi unajifanya kwamba unatutetea. Unatutetea aje na mnakula na you're eating with our enemy, you're in the same camp. How does that work? Tell me how that works. How? Let me ask Sifuna. When he goes to Raila Odinga's meeting, the other day niliwaona ati wakiwa mazishi kule nini Laikipia, and then some people attacked Raila Odinga hapo wakamzomea hapo Laikipia. Then Sifuna was now acting good boy. I was like, You are either for us or against us. You cannot be two things. Na mtu asikuja hapa kuniambia ati fulani anateta sijui anafanya nini. Hapana. Sasa hii imekuwa kama ile ya 202. You are either for us or against us. Hakuna katikati. Period. So hiyo story ya kina Didi Nyoro awache tu apeleke kwake. Wow.
Today, our main story was about success in Nepal. Are you aware of what has happened in Nepal?
No, tell me about Nepal. My friend is from Nepal.
Na niaje aja kushtua. Hey, Nepal washa, within 3 days they have been able to achieve what Kenya has been unable to do.
Wamengoa watu wako wa huko.
Washangoa prime minister na wakapiga maminister vibaya sana. So
wali protest ama walifanya nini?
Sio kuprotest, kupindua serikali ishapinduliwa.
Army.
Not army. Sasa they are now waiting for the government to be reconstituted, but the prime minister resigned.
Who ousted him? The army or the people?
Julia, I think na sio kwa vibaya, inakaa umetoka kwa shimo. Wacha tu nikuweke tu, wacha tu kidogo. It is okay kutoka kwa shimo.
Sijaona hiyo.
Ini Kiembu tunasemanga koradhoka. Wewe kuna pahali umeradhoka kutoka.
How do you watch Nepal news, Njiru? How do you watch Nepal news?
Wewe Julia, wacha tu nikuwekea tu Nepal kidogo, sababu inakaa umeronyoka kutoka pahali. wewe
nayo kama rafiki yangu ananiambia hiyo story.
Maybe pengine hata yako kwa cave kaa wewe.
I'm Mindy, and I'm a meathead. I went to this place to find other meatheads. Didn't really pan out. It wasn't easy being a meathead. Now it is.
Meat for real meatheads. Yumbo.
17 people were killed and dozens injured in Nepal after protests erupted over a social media ban. Protesters stormed the parliament complex in the country's capital after lawmakers issued bans on platforms that had failed to register and allow for government oversight. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call is following the story for us from the CBS News Broadcast Center. And Chanel, what is the latest on all of this?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tension.
Wacha nikueleze. Wangu mnaekelea Kenya kumwachaka na Why Julia Tess unataka update mingi sana. With that one you cannot be able to know what is happening now. Julia?
So, okay, I didn't see much there, but now I get it. So the Prime Minister resigned, and lakini I don't think
Na parliament ilichomwa. That was the main important thing what happened. Parliament
chomwa.
Yetu tulichoma section hatukumaliza. Sasa kuna watu sasa wamefika the next chapter. Ile Kenya sisi hatukufika.
Yenyewe. Alafu naona wacha nikwambie, unajua Asians sana hata wa Asia ya kati ama hao hawananga na cha kurudi nyuma. Unajua wako na hiyo kakitu. Nakumbuka Bangladesh. What happened in Bangladesh, Njiru?
Kenya we listen to too many voices.
Yeah. Hananga na kurudi nyuma, wakiamua wameamua. So I don't know when that spirit will come in, maybe. Lakini hawananga na cha kurudi nyuma.
Ni ujinga tunakuanga nayo sasa, sijui nini, sasa to retreat, sijui nini, hapana. Let me tell you. Hata wewe in your life. Anything you procrastinate, unasema wacha sasa tufanye kesho ile imebaki, you don't do it. Ukiamua unataka kungoa Ruto, if you don't do it, you never do it.
Alafu nimegundua Njiru, historia kwamba I've just learned that from experience. Ukiwa mzuri kwa watu, you know what they do? Wanaanza, they step on your toes, then they step on your neck. And you keep saying that kwamba watarealize wanafanya makosa. Wao warealize. Until waamkie siku moja hata waonyeshe vile kunaendanga. So Kenya tunafikiria kwamba ati Kenyan leaders will learn anything. They can't unless they are forced to learn. They cannot. They can't.
Na pia inaitwa Gen Z bado, Julia, usisahau. Inaitwa Gen Z revolution in Nepal.
Yes.
Yeah, bado ni Gen Z, ni vijana wameng'oa hiyo serikali. So majenzi wa Kenya bado nyinyi hamkufanya. Kuna watu wametumia formula yenu na wameachieve.
And leaders will never change, all of them. They take Kenyans to be idols. Unaona vile Dinyora anaongea kama mjinga hapo. Because anaona Kenya ni wajinga.
Umesikia hata Launik Homa anatuambia we are snitches because we are attacking everybody. So I think according to Launik thinks like we are supporters of Ruto. That's why I think Launik will have to understand our criticism. Our criticism is very natural. We don't give a damn. If some of us we feel that somebody is not doing the right thing, we will say it here. So we are team opposition, but we will not visit. We will not massage Akina Didinyoro in the name of that they are good people. To me, Didinyoro is not a good man. He could be your MP. He could be what, but personally, I don't value him. Whoever want to value him, he can value him. But personally, I don't value him because I have my own reservation. He has worked with the Python. So
he has worked with the devil, and we don't even know when they separated with the devil.
And even during the finance bill, alivotaje by the way.
And alafu historia atlet wenye kuangi kwa kura, unaona Didinyoro Babu Owino au ni ile aina watu, they are never there when there is critical votes. You know, they are always absent. You see,
of course, he is a man who cannot make a decision.
Yes.
We all knew that finance bill was bad. Why could it stand on the side of bad?
What was so hard for him to say that it was bad? That hawakuangi.
Then anakuja hapa kuanzia kutuambia story ya uchumi. Ni uchumi gani anatuambia, and he cannot effect it when he is needed.
Waende huko. If people watu wa Murang'a wakimchagua, they will be idiots. Tutajua ujinga walikuwa na ujinga wakimchagua MP.
Hiyo tu anajaribu tu kujipendekeza kwa raia. Anajipendekeza tu kwa raia. If he couldn't make the right decision kwa finance bill, he had to sit on the fence. He had to sit on the fence. Which other advice does he want to come and advise me? Finance bill, kitu hata watoto walikuwa wanajua ni mbaya. Finance bill. We never needed anyone to advise us. Everybody was against finance bill. Akwende bana. Ni vile atarudi tena. Kwanza, he should be apologizing, not advising us. Didinyoro should be apologizing to Kenyans for what he has done to them.
Maybe
apologizing to Kenyans for what he has done, not kuomba kura.
You know what I think? If a new government comes, Sisi watu wa diaspora, we should raise money and sue all these politicians. Waishiki kwa kotini. Waamkake kotini, wakirudi kotini kesho. Hii kesi ikiisha Njiru, tunafufua ingine. We should just raise money to purposely spend the rest of our time doing that, taking them to court. Because that is what they need. Thugs, criminals. And now Nyoro can advise Kenyans on how to invest after stealing from Kenya Power and Lighting Company. These are Ruto's niches and moles. When I can count them. Ndindi Nyoro, Babu Oino pretending to buy, and now he's fighting the government. Now he wants to buy for governor. At Nairobi atuweza wameona governor. Seriously? Hapana. Natembea. Why can't Natembea work with Wamalwa? Unless he's working for the government. You are either for us or against us. Hakuna kuwa katikati. Ama ujulikani uko wapi. Kama we ni mtu wa Ruto, we ni mtu kaa tu kwa Ruto. Atisa mara mtu ako mara somebody anachukua microphone. I am asking President Ruto to tell us who are those in Mandera. And the next time Natembea is seen taking pictures with.
And they are criminals. Those people in Mandera are criminals. Not
yeah.
Like,
the next time he's seen taking pictures with Murkomen. Iko nini? Hapana. All these are moles, Ruto moles, trying to divert our attention from Kasongo, from one term. And no amount of lying to us will convince us. Leo nimeona kesi ingine hapo. Nairobi, I think it was some couples being interrogated for arresting somebody, I think for putting Ruto in the coffin. And then he was being asked to show where the coffin is. And the coffin were pictures and he couldn't say. Then he was being interrogated that, did you identify, when you arrested this person, did you identify yourself? And then he's saying, yes. How did you identify? Did you use legal documents to identify yourself? And you know, the couple was getting mad. Relax. Relax. Explain yourself. How did you identify yourself? Did you use any legal documents? Then he said that I didn't identify yourself the way you are saying. Ati nilitumia kawaida. Akaruza kawaida ni nini? Legally, what does the name kawaida mean? Then I'm like, this cop is so yani ametetemeshwa vile anaulizwa hiyo maswali kotini. And right now Ruto is still president. What if Ruto is no longer president and these cops are taken to court? Watafanya? Watadu? Nakwambia kuna watu tafungwa Kenya. People will be jailed in Kenya, I'm telling you. They should be prepared. And if this year watches such kind of our shows, they should just know and pray that something happens to them when Ruto goes. Jiru nakwambia, we should, after Kasongo goes, we should raise money and make sure these people are spend their days in court. Wanaamka kotini, kesho wanaamkia kotini. We look for lawyers and investigators to look for these cases, to sue them. Those are Wakenya washike adabu. History unapora watu unakuja kudanganya ati kwamba Babu Owino is another mole. Ni half caste. Ni half caste ya kabila gani? And that's funny. Ati alikuwa kwa alikuwa amekaa kwa fence sitters wakwende huko. Fire ni fire. They are either for us or against us. We are not buying trash ati mara uko na sisi mara sijui uko wapi. Either you are for us against us. And even when Ruto goes, people will be sued. People watasimama kwa kotini. They pay us the money they have stolen from Kenya. Jiru, unasikia hiyo story ati Ruto amekopa. Uliona gazeti ya leo, Ruto amekopa mpaka hana pa kukopa.
I don't talk about Ruto. To me, Ruto is a past tense. Let us eulogize this guy who has died because of
this guy. Bona huyu jamaa amekufa.
Makes at least 150 grand a year. You're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the poll. You're number one.
And Julia, all the time when you associate with the Viper, these are the things which happen.
Turning to the breaking news of the evening, where a prominent city lawyer has been shot dead along Magadi Road. According to police, the lawyer was trailed by border riders before being shot multiple times. The assailants then fled the scene on a motorbike. Investigators say they are working to establish both the motive and the suspects behind this heinous act. The lawyer had over 29 years of experience and previously served in the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal. Detectives remain at the scene, gathering leads and additional information. Let us now join our reporter Ben Kirui, who is on the scene. Ben, good evening. What can you tell us so far from that location?
Well, a very good evening to you, Sam Gituku, back in studio. We are right at the scene where the assassination incident occurred right here when the city lawyer was leaving the city center for home, and when two border rider emerged and shot the city lawyer, whom currently we cannot say his name because we understand that the family is yet to be informed of the incident, but the scene has already been processed and the body of the city lawyer has been taken to the home. So the vehicle that he was using was taken at go Angata police station, and what the police are said, they are yet to of the suspect motive, but detectives who spoke to us right here at the scene, they are saying that they are treating the matter as a targeted killing. It is an active investigation that is starting immediately. The OCPD confirmed to us that they are going to be possibly tracing or checking the CCTV footage, reviewing the CCTV footage along Langata Road, because it is believed that the suspect came from that end of the Langata Road, trailing the city lawyer to this place at the Magadi Road and killing him instantly. We have been told that he was shot only once. The police are also still trying to understand the motive of the incident. But right now, Sam, what we can tell you at the moment is that the scene has been processed already, and the body of the city lawyer taken to the Lee funeral home, and also the car that he was using has been moved to Langata, or towed to Langata police station. And also we understand that he was shot at around 5:40 p.m. as he was leaving for home. So that is the much we can say. And also it is an incident that has caused or disrupted the traffic flow of this area. The section was temporarily closed as the processing of the scene was ongoing, but right now the cars have not been allowed to move, but the traffic disruption has been major since then at 5:40 or around 5:40 p.m. thereabout. Sam Gituku, that is what we can tell you at the moment. We are still trying to talk to maybe possibly the people who witnessed the incident, so that we can also compile a comprehensive report to just paint a picture of what happened. Sam.
Ben Kirui for that, reporting to us live from the scene of the incident or the crime on Magadi Road in Karen. And we can now reveal to you that the lawyer in question is Chalo Mbogo, who has over 29 years of experience. He once served at the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal as a chairperson, and of course he has been very active as an advocate of the High Court, has also been a board member of the Institute of Directors Kenya, and he has extensive expertise in law, governance, arbitration, and mediation to advance, of course, the institute that he was working at. Chalo Mbogo, very experienced in matters of law. He was also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi School of Law and the Kenya School of Law. That is University of Nairobi School of Law and the Kenya School of Law, where he had been teaching the legal practice on governance, alternative dispute resolution. He held a Bachelor of Laws with honors and a Master of Laws from Georgetown University, and complemented by his status as a Certified Public Secretary of Kenya, CPSK, and other qualification were that he was a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and also was very active on matters of governance in the country. What we can report to you, Wakili Chalo Mbovu has been shot dead in Karen, and he was heading home as
Yeah, so mimi sijui niita insecurity ama ni kukulwa.
Huyo mtu nimeona picha ingine Jiro akiwa na nini ati was associated with Chebukati. I saw something.
Na pia nimesikia story ingine ati he is among wale watu walienda na Tuju usiku kwa Chebukati.
Ati na Tuju? Kumbe kulikuwa kunaenda na Tuju usiku.
Hii mambo iko na kizungumkuti Juri. Anyway, this guy, there is a conundrum of activities.
Alafu nikwambie Jiru,
you don't deserve to die. You don't deserve to die. But there is a conundrum of activities here. Kuna vitu alikuwa amefanya, especially when you dine with a serpent.
Alafu alafu unaona, let me tell you about Kenyan lawyers, Kenyan lawyers na madaktari na hata walimu wakuu, school principals, they are corrupt. They are corrupt, Njiru. Kenyan lawyers are corrupt. They are evil. I think out of every 10 lawyers, 7 are very corrupt and evil. Just like doctors, out of every 10 doctors in Kenya, 7 are very evil and corrupt. Out of every 10 school principals wa Kenya, I think 9 are very corrupt. Only 1 or less than 1. Juu Wakenya wako na katabia kamba kwa the end justifies the means. So huyu jamaa Njiru ako na shida mingi. Inawezekana hata si stories za Chebukati. Amekula pesa ya mtu. Unaona wanafanyanga hivi, hizi stories za succession. Unaona wanakulanga pesa ya watu. Do you know that? Wanapotea nazo. Alafu wanakwama nazo. I saw a girl who had an accident mpaka karibu mguu ikatwe. Akapewa pesa sijui milioni ngapi, and the lawyer wanted to eat over 1.something million. I'm telling you, they are very evil and very corrupt. And most of them wametajirika. Hata mimi nilifikirianga siku moja, I wouldn't want my child to be a lawyer. If you're a lawyer here and you're listening, I'm sorry. Maybe you are one of those few normal lawyers. Mimi hata kuna siku nilifikiria
ndio unasema hivyo, na siku hizi hata masista wameanzia kukua lawyer.
Ati what?
My sisters. Hebu nikuwekee sister hapa ni lawyer.
What do you mean my sister? What do you mean sister? What do you mean?
Sister Catholic.
Okay, sisters do career by the. You didn't know that they even become teachers and doctors? They do. But I have never
ndio kwanza kukua lawyer. Huyu ndio wa kwanza kukua lawyer.
Mimi hata nisema mtoto wangu sitaki akuwe lawyer. Lawyers will burn in hell.
Aya, ngojea kidogo sasa ili uniambie sasa nayo hii ni silabasi gani? Tulia. Julia hapa lazima ujibu. Anasema hata mkimuona kwa koti hajakuja maombi. Amekuja story.
Those of you who say hamjakutana na sister kotini, in case we meet, don't think I'm there to pray. Don't think I'm there to pray. Yes, because the main challenge I find every time I log into the court system and I appear, there's a time I was representing one of the sisters, and the magistrate asked me, "Are you sister so and so?" I said, "No, she's my client." "So what is your name?" I repeated again, "Sister Immaculate." The magistrate looked at me and asked me, "Are you sure you are an advocate?" "Yes." "May I have your practicing certificate number?" I just started laughing, then I gave her. And she was like, "Sister, why are you laughing?" I said, "Because every time I log into the court system, the first thing the judicial officers are always asking for is my practicing certificate." She told me, "It's because we are not used to seeing nuns practicing, that's why." So don't confuse, when we meet in court, it's business. It's law as it is. Those of you who say hamjakuta.
Sasa Julius Toro ndio hiyo sasa. So wewe masisi washajua zile places ziko na doba.
Ninakwambia Kenyan lawyers are so evil and corrupt. And not just Kenyan lawyers, hata lawyers tu hata hapa ng'ambo. Wengine nakwambia tu nyinyi mwenye mko na imani ati kuna binguni, lawyers watachomeka sambaya mbovu. Kwa sababu they end up lying. Unaona sasa huyu lawyer Njiru, inawezekana stories za Chebu zimemfuata. Inawezekana alipora watu pesa yake, wakamwambia arudishe akakataa. Unaona, by the time somebody hires a killer squad, assassins, hiyo ni pesa mingi, si ndio Njiru? Ile ni uliniimbia 3 ngatumia 100,000 na uende tu. Na hata utakula hiyo. They eat millions. I'm telling you, there's a girl, a friend of mine's niece wa rafiki yangu, besi yangu mwingine hapo, alikuwa na road accident. Akalipwa na insurance over 1 million. Leo alikuwa nangangana karibu kule yote. Can you believe that, Njiru? Hey, who does that? So huyo lawyer,
sorry,
ni yule tu, ni kama yule mwenye wanani anaitwa Gesheru. Unakumbuka story ya Gesheru? How they almost died with the sun. And can you imagine hiyo story ya Gesheru ilipotea tu? Njiru, unakumbuka story ya Gesheru? Gesheru vile alikufa, sasa karibu kijana yake akufe. Is it not that they were poisoned or something? Unaona ile story iliisha tu hivyo. Na ikapotea.
Aha.
So huyo jamaa, pole kwa familia yake.
Julia, hebu nikuwekee kitu hapa uniambie. There are some people who are disputing with us, although they are not.
Good morning, Senior Counsel.
Good morning.
My name is Patrick Mongera, or the Villager on TikTok.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I've seen you with Emeritus, former CJ of the Republic of Kenya. And when I saw you with him, I started having some few thoughts of the possibilities of him being the kind of a leader that we want. But now my problem has been, can we be able to sell Maraga to the Republic of Kenya and for the people of Kenya to be able to vote him?
You said your name is Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Patrick, you see, the problem is not with Maraga.
Yeah.
The problem is with people like you, Patrick. You know why you have that problem?
I don't know, sir.
The reason why you have this problem,
yes,
is you lack certainty as to where you want to go.
Okay.
And part of that problem is informed by lack of knowledge. Knowledge on what? Knowledge on what you need as a good leader.
Okay.
If you've been following my posts on Facebook and Twitter, I've elaborated the qualities that make David Maraga the most suitable person to be president of the Republic of Kenya. But often I've realized the problem that bedevils the mind of the voter is, sorry to say, it's a problem of foolishness. Want of knowledge of how to make a good choice for leadership. And as an adjunct to that problem, there's the failure of understanding of leadership, often confused with what they say, siasa, bad politics. What is politics? Politics is the science of good governance. You understand?
Science of good governance.
Yeah. So it can never be that a choice is made by the voter on account of what they call siasa politics. If the choice does not translate to good governance, then it's a foolish choice. And what makes people to arrive at foolish choices? People arrive at foolish choices because they fail to differentiate between their needs and wants.
Okay.
So that when they see me asking them to vote for Maraga or to vote for myself, their basic needs, food,
come first,
employment, and related personal needs cloud their mind insofar as the immediate need is concerned. The immediate need when you see me or Maraga is not food and employment for you. The immediate need is good governance, an informed choice on the ballot. So you need to suppress
the want,
your basic needs, which
See it live.
Anyway, anakatana na sisi, anasema Maraga is better than Matiang'i 1,000 times. Do you agree, Jury?
Nelson Havi is another mole. Mara he's here, Mara is here. Anakuanga wapi by the Muslim wako unasimamianga wapi? What is he? What does he want for Kenya? Ama ametegea akona anaweza kuwa running mate. Hey, first before nisahau Nelson Havi. Unaona nani ametuuza? Faith Odhiambo. Njiru. Mlikomenti hiyo kitu ama mlikomenti na mkachoka?
No, tulimalizia hiyo kitu kitambo.
Wow.
Hi, how are you? Good. Yeah, tulikomenda tukamaliza.
Faith alituuza. Na vile nilikuwa nimemsifu hapa, though I was proud of her as a female succeeding in legal practice. Only for her to dine with the devil at they will compensate. Compensate people how? If your people have been killed. And who is talking about compensation? The murderer himself, ama ni nani? Alafu you are working and dining with the murderer. Alafu unatuambia sasa unatetea wa Kenya. Nani atakuwa kitetea wa Kenya now that Faith ameingia kwa hiyo chama cha majambazi and murderers? So Kenyans, by the way, Njiru, hii story nakwambia, by the time tufike kwa election tutakuwa tumejua katikati tofauti ya mbivu na mbichi. We'll have known who is who by the time we reach the elections, because a lot of people will have sold their souls to the devil. We'll know the difference between black and white. We'll see them in black and white. Nelson Havi is another sellout who is neither here nor there. So hata afadhali waache Maraga ajitetee. Maybe Maraga anaweza jitetea better than him kumtetea. Lakini Maraga hajani convince hata yeye si sellout, si another sellout. People will be mad with me today. Because they'll say I'm calling everybody a mole. Me, Njiru, you're either for me or against me. Mi sikuangi katikati. Mnakuanga tu hivyo, black and white, unipende unichukie, period. I ain't care. So those who today are with us, tomorrow we don't know where they are. Kesho kutwa wanafuata fulani, wanamunga mkono. Next day they change their mind, they are not even voting for a certain bill, and then they want us to be on their side. What? No way. Even Gachagua today we only talk about him because he's on our side. Si tunampenda vile at we are dying for him. No way. Yes, Faith chose the money.
Yeah, Julia, wacha nikuwekee hii, there is also another section of Wakisii people wanasema wanaenda State House. Niambia ni akina nani?
Leroga twatwari karubungali twabunire bunge mpaka next week eligera tonyola libaga tuchiko mutare president yetu ya Kenya hadi Nairobi. Ebintu biko toira Nairobi, ebintu biko usika mwananchi. President tubwate bono ga Kenya neyemo okuruko muske William Ruto. President ndeteyo. Governor neyemo okuruko simba rati n'abajumbe aba MCA kere wo noyo moyo muroche gaiga na bali nominated ku chipati chabo. Egento kego toira State House. Eto kogenda tuchikubwate ebintu chipara egetiki kiendege ipari ya nene kogenda mpaka Kablong chinyagitari chaito Cancer Center chichiro bono muna bono ige chiro ya nyambera ntwaye tu 350 million president ya promise ye chiro ya daraja 700 million egetie tu stadium 600 million ebinte bina bitota ete kwenda kumubori tomobori ndireria gocha abilonchi bichake tari ogotebanga nimetenga nimefanya nini
yataria manana siasa ni ke 2027 tonya kore.
Anyway, in other words, ni historia kuendea maendeleo State House. Can you comment about that? Wanasema wanaendea maendeleo.
No, wale na Simbarati ya wanaenda na nani? Sini ni pesa. Wanaendea na wanaendelea kupewa pesa. Let me ask you, Njiru. These people have been going to State House wamekuwa kipewa pesa. Is this just creating a perception? Ama will think this thing really work and give Ruto followers? You know, I'm just wondering how stupid Kenyans can be. That tells me that opposition iko na kazi ya kuconvince Kenya kwamba hiyo pesa yote mnapewa ni hot air. By then, Njiru, I have not been around. Niambie kumeendaje ati Mkunji amedefect akarudi kwa UDA? What's cooking in Bere?
Wacha. Mkunji anarudi kwa UDA aje?
Mkunji ni nani? Ni yule mwenye anakuanga anataka kusimama governor.
Kama amerudi UDA sasa si sasa
okay, si Mkunji.
Na kwani ulikuwa na behave ni kama uko hauna information?
Who was vying for MP na chama cha Gachagua aka step down.
Alikuwa anaitwa Mboi.
Mboi ame step down ama ame stepishwa down na kina Gachagua?
No, people are complaining. Sasa si ndio tunangoja.
Complain kwamba ameambiwa asimame kando aweke DP.
We were waiting for that, eh?
So nyinyi mtapigana mpaka mkubali UDA ishinde?
Kwanza malizia hiyo story yako ati ame defect. Kuna pali umeitoa?
Hiyo nilikuwa nimemix, confuse Mboi na Mkunji. Yeah, I meant Mboi. Huyu Mboi ameenda UDA ama bado wako kwa chama cha Gachagua? Njiru, wewe uko ni kwenyu tuambie.
No, people are still rioting. People are rioting tunangojea.
Over, they want that man to vie.
Well, of course, because of DP and DCP. So people are rioting. So we are not sure.
Oh my goodness. So
wacha nikuwekea emotion. Wacha nikuwekea emotion ya Cherargei. Alafu tu hiyo.
Mwanangu alipokuja hapa Mheshimiwa Mtusi amesema mawili matatu kuhusu bunge langu la Seneti, ambapo pale tuko na mswada. Ni kweli mswada ulioletwa na ndugu yangu mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Seneta Cherargei, anasema wabunge, ma-MCA, maseneta na rais waongeze miaka ya kazi. Kile ambacho yule mheshimiwa afanya, anafanya ile kazi ambayo sisi hufanya, moja ikiwa ni ile kutunga sheria. Yeye ametunga sheria. Ile sheria iko pale inapitia ile mikakati ambayo inafaa kupitia. Ikifika wakati wa kupigia kura hiyo, ni sisi tutaamua. Kwa sababu miaka tulioitisha ni 5 peke yake. Na ikiisha tunarudi kwenyu sisi nyinyi wadosi wetu. Kwa hivyo ule mswada ambao uko pale ana haki wa kuleta, lakini sisi kama wabunge tutaweza kuamua. Na sisi tunaamua miaka ni 5. Ya Daktari William Ruto ni ngapi? 10. Ile yake ni 10 na yeye alitisha ya kwanza 5, ya pili ya 5 atakuja kuitisha na ndio tunazidi kumuitishia. Kwa hiyo mtu yoyote wana habari ambazo tunaeleza kwamba bwana rais anataka miaka 7, hiyo si kweli. Tunakubaliana? Nikimalizia, nimesikia yule mwanadada amesema, huyo mrembo tu amesema ameumia mguu. Si namna hiyo? Nipe huyo mrembo nimnunulie ile namna. Wale ambao wamejiita united ni united kwa siasa kosokoso hiva. Ona mweko elewatiwa. Wale ambao wanasema si united opposition, wao wamewaletea nini? Sisi wakati ambao tunawaletea vitu vya empowerment wanasema tunakosea. Sisi tunataka wakija hapa mwaulize, kabla waanze mazungumzo, muambie walete kile ambacho wamewaletea. Wacha ni kukula tu mdomo tupu. Ni kweli si kweli? Lakini ndugu zetu wana bodaboda, unajua nyinyi ni watu wa power. Nyinyi ni watu wa nguvu. Unaweza kukolea mtu maisha. Lakini nataka kuwaomba, kwa bahati mbaya muweze kupata ajali ama mgusane na wana magari na wengine, kaeni pale, askari aje, mfanye mazungumzo, insurance iko ishughulikie. Wewe usitoroke ndugu yangu, mimi nakuomba. Wewe usilete vita, usilete vurugu. Sisi tumeona watu wa opposition wanasema nyinyi watu wa boda ni wabaya. Ati nyinyi watu wa boda ndio mnabeba goods. Ni kweli si kweli? Ati wanawaharibia majina. Ili kuweza kuimarisha jina ya watu wa bodaboda, sisi kama viongozi tunaomba, ikifika wakati huo jambo limetokea, mkae pale, msemezane, mkubaliane, maisha yasonge mbele.
Okay, Julia, you can comment about that.
Sasa this Kamama, whatever he said, story za Cheragai ni nonsense too. Unajua the term the extension of the term limits is a protected area of the constitution, and it cannot go through unless it goes through a referendum. So Kenyans need to know that. That is one of the protected areas of the constitution. So even parliament cannot even pass that. They can only propose, but then it needs a referendum. Niliona hiyo debate na nikaona Jensi wakisema wanaenda kuchoma bunge if Cheragai and team, so they do that. Na wako kama mama kanatetea Ruto hadi miaka 10.
Na hiyo story ya 7 years ni ukweli ama
it can't go through? It's a protected area of the constitution. It needs a referendum.
So na ni amendment gani wanaleta? Because I'm hearing wanaleta amendment. Ni amendment
it can't go. That amendment can't go. It's a protected area of the constitution.
So
it needs a referendum.
So ni amendment gani wana propose? Because still kuna amendment nasikia wanaleta. So
amendments they are going, but they cannot amend the term limit. It needs a referendum. If there is any legal practitioner here, akuje atuambie more than that.
No, for sure it needs a referendum. Nikiuliza then why would they still push for a change? Because
they would like to float that idea. Unaona sasa imekuwa vibaya Njiru, kumekuwa kubaya. Let me tell you, things are hot. And 2027 is coming fast and furious. 2027 is coming fast and furious.
Aya, sawa. Mi Julia sina maoni nyingine. Acha niingie na Manyakairo. So it is something I wanted to hear from you people, what you think about it.
Sasa nawe hujanijibu kwamba mnapigania DCP na DP. Yaani mtaacha Kasongo ashinde.
No, I think that one Gachagua has to streamline the issues.
To be such an embarrassment for Gachagua.
No, what there was, I don't know why. Hata sisi tulishangaa sana. DCP was supposed to vie in mbele. DCP was supposed to vie in mbele. Hiyo story ya kuachia DP hapo ndio kila kitu imeharibika.
It will be such an embarrassment for upinzani.
So I hope nani alikuja hapa jana na akatuambia we have close to 2 months, we can rectify that.
Who?
So wacha tungoje. DCP has to have a candidate in mbele, otherwise things will fall apart.
Yes, otherwise Gachagua will not have a say after that. See, that is the only seat he can have.
I think walisikiliza to the lies of Mizani, because unajua Mizani ilikuja na Kapola hapa, which right then they are very unpopular. Candidate unpopular. So alafu sasa Gachagua tu waka withdraw candidate yao. Now I don't know who. I think Gachagua has to restore his candidate in Mbeere.
And anyway, I don't think UDA can win, even if they all vie. Do you know that?
But of course, that is what we are saying, all parties to compete. UDA is not a threat in Mbeere.
I don't think anybody with UDA will get any votes in Mount Kenya region. Hata wakisimama. In fact, Mount Kenya region, they should
No,
not...
but tunajua sasa DP wanataka hiyo kiti warudie. Because the guy who got out was a DP, so the DP wanataka hiyo kiti rudi. Unajua, I think that was the only DP seat in Kenya. Are you aware of that, Julia?
Okay, Eric Gachagua is trying to...
It was the only DP seat in the whole of Kenya. So DP is pushing that they cannot lose that seat. So DP, they want that seat.
I am also hearing that this Gachagua was ceding grounds in Western Province, Malava.
Yes, I think you want to cede for DAP.
And Marana was bringing problems.
Anyway, Gachagua has to sit down and become more strategic. I don't know how he's going to.
He has to be more strategic.
Sibling rivalry is always there.
Yeah, lakini he has to plan. Wacha tusikie Nyakai wanatuambia nini.
Noma si noma, fire sio fire.
Okay, sawa.
Ndio nitaanza nayo. Habari zenu ndugu zangu, habari ya Wakenya, comment section. Well, it's really boring. Yani unasikia kama si kama watu wako Kenya, ni kama wanyama, miti inagongana tu, ni kama kuko na mafuriko. It's very unpeaceful. I don't know. All these things are being brought because of Kasongo, and they are happening because of Kasongo. Because Kasongo is really fearing what will be the repercussion after the end of his term. Anatafutilia vile anaweza tu kuwa hapo, hata akiwa ameshindwa awe hapo tu, because many things are waiting for him. And so he has to do all the nonsense he is doing to Kenyans. I wish Kenyans can one day wake up and say enough is enough, and we all stand up and fight for our country. Simply because we are not seeing any way ahead. Hakuna development, hakuna maendeleo yote itakuwa inaendelea Kenya for this time. Hata akiwa extended for 10 years, there will be nothing. Hata ndio itakuwa chaotic, mbaya sana in Kenya. I feel for my country, seriously. Watu wamefanya juu chini kulingana na uwezo wao. Mungu amewapea nguvu za kushindana na hii shetani ambayo inaendelea Kenya yetu. Lakini we still have a hard work ahead of us. Ninashangaa that people are waking up who praise mambo ambayo si mazuri ya nchi, ati ndio wanataka iendelee. Now, look at that lady who is talking about boda boda, that opposition are calling them bad people. Surely, even them, they don't see these guys doing wrong things. They don't see them causing problems in Kenya. They don't see goons being carried by those boda bodas and stealing things from people, snatching phones and all this kind of a thing. Kwanza hata huyo mwenye ameuawa leo, the person was on a motorcycle. That's a good example. Hata kama huyu mtu hakuwa mzuri kwa Kenya, but who did the killing? The hitman was on a motorcycle. So that is an example. But these people are talking the opposite of the peace of a country. Completely opposite. Huyo mama sasa akiambia bodaboda hawafanyi makosa, ati nyinyi ndio ni kama kuonyesha bodaboda ni kukosewa, wanakosewa. Bodaboda, they don't offend only the opposition, they offend Kenyans. And this should be put into discussion, how these bodabodas will be streamlined. We don't hate them because it is not all lot that they are doing wrong things. But most of them are doing bad things. Ni watu ambao tumeona wakihusika kubeba waragai. Ni watu ambao tumeona mambo mingi sana imefanyika na hawa bodaboda. Wezi wale wanaenda kuvamia manyumba za watu. In fact, they are going by bodaboda. People who are killing other people, they are riding on motorcycle. So all these things, huyo mama afadhali hata angenyamaza, asiongee habari ya motorcycle hata kidogo. Because tomorrow is another day. Na yeye hiyo mambo anaongea, ati ni kushindana, mnashindana kuongea. But talk logic. Even if you are doing politics, there are times whereby you have to be sensible. You talk something that supports your stand, na ambayo haiwezi kukuaibisha. Sasa bodaboda wale wanaendesha wakienda wakipiga watu, wakisnatch simu za watu. You have given them green light that they are doing right thing. You are supporting them. Wacha hata kusema hivyo kidogo ati ukigongwa ama ukigongana unasimama hapo. Who will stop? Those are criminals and they will not stop. Kwa hivyo huyu mama amewapea green light, waendelee kufanya vile wanafanya. It's terrible. I wish these politicians talk something that really helps them, even in future. Not something that can be brought to see and then they regret. Why did I say that? Hawa watu wamekuwa, hata kama kitu ni mbaya na iko upande wao, they support it. Look at that kind of behavior. That is why we will never have peace in Kenya. If we allow these people to lead us. You cannot support things that people are saying they are wrong. The majority of Kenyans are saying those things are wrong. Na wewe unajiona, uende ukanushe na ujaribu kuweka umaridadi, ati ndio hiyo kitu ikubalike. It won't work. So I just wanted to comment about that, because really some politicians are talking things just from nowhere. I'll be back. Thank you.
Njiru ameenda wapi tena? Ati huyu mama anatetea bodaboda, she's trying to pacify them. Sasa hakuna, yani Ruto amekosa following mpaka sasa lazima atafute bodaboda. Kwani hao mle bodaboda sasa hivi Kenya, I mean bodaboda si wa Kenya na waoni vile Ruto anasumbua watu.
Julia, I think these politicians they sit back, wanakaa pahali wanaambiana ni nini tunaweza sema. They are all crooks. We don't have decent people in this government. And I believe watu wamekuwa wameshikana sana, hao watu wanaambiana what you have to say when you go somewhere, so that to bring a point for their own side. It's not bad, but I think I wish it is something that they make people, feel happy about it, not that they make people shrink. Kwa sababu kama kuna mtu ambaye ameibiwa simu yake na hao watu wa bodaboda, akisikia mtu anaongea hali hiyo, you just wonder where is she coming from. Lakini kwa sababu yeye anabebwa na gari na ako na bodyguard, they don't experience what mwananchi, who are the majority of our people, experiences on the street. But they just kupayuka. Huyo mama ukisimamisha, in fact, umuulize swali moja tu. Umesema bodaboda ati wakigonga mtu ama wakigongwa wanasimama hapo. Yani unawaweka kwa laini ya kuwa ati wawe watu wazuri. In which way are you going to make those people to feel comfortable with whom they have hit? Na wao wako njia ya kuwa amenyakua simu ya mtu, ni kutoroka anatoroka. You think that person will stop there? Because kwa sababu ni vizuri kufanya hivyo. It can't work. And no bodaboda will stop when they are doing these criminal things. And all what has been happening in Kenya, with all these bodabodas going on, I'm sorry, people use bodaboda for the fastest movement to go to either to the store, kwa maduka, ama wanaenda hospitali. Kuna mambo mingi sana hiyo bodaboda inatumika. But what it has come to show is that most criminal things which are being done in our country nowadays is people using bodaboda. We have seen bodaboda stopping somewhere, people get off and then go grab somebody, steal everything, and they go back to that bodaboda and they run away. We have seen bodabodas going to area of residence. Wanafanya maajabu na wamesimamisha, wanaendesha hizo bike, wamesimama hapo, ina make hiyo noise, haijazimwa. Kwa sababu hao wengine walikuwa wamebebwa, wametoka, wameenda, wamevamia nyumba ya mtu, wametoka mbio na vitu, wanapanda bodaboda, wanatoroka. We have seen all these happenings. Lakini huyu mama hakukaa chini afanye analyzing ya kujua bodaboda, we can generalize it that bodaboda are doing wrong things. But they are the one to prove they are not doing wrong because of how they present themselves. They can discipline those people who are doing wrong because they know each other. They can see that is Mr. So-and-so who was in that residence, who they did all these criminal things. They are making our name go bad. So we want them to be disciplined. Those boda people can discipline their people. Because within the location, they know who has a boda. And they can summon the person and tell him, you know what, you did this and this, you are no longer going to be in our group. Because I know they form groups. If they don't form groups, that person who has not formed a group should be summoned and told, this is not your area, you are not going to operate because you did this and that. Or take the person to police if he was involved in a certain criminal. Lakini badala ya huyu mama kuambia bodaboda, you have to be rightful, you have to make the right decision, you have not to be involved in a criminal thing. He is trying to babysit them because she's just looking for that perfection of how she'll get voters or support by those boda bodas who are doing criminal things in the area. And I remember there was one boda boda who stood and said, boda boda people are making our name so bad that we are going to lose our business, which is very true. People will start now looking boda bodas as criminals, and we will not use those boda bodas. I better even walk because I don't know where I went. I don't know whether he will take me to some corner and then my phone, my money, my everything is gone. We will start avoiding them. Huyu mama ameongea mambo mabaya sana ambayo si ya kujenga, ni kuharibu. Kuharibu kabisa. Don't support things that are not right, however, how much you are looking for voters. Try to avoid whereby you can support a group which people are talking is not right. Because one day it will turn on to you and you'll be in shambles. So many people try to play games that are not fit for the situation of a country. Where now Kenya is, people have to be very careful what they are taking out of their mouth. It's so bitter, so serious, that people ought to control their mouth completely, what you are talking about. Hakuna kitu hatujaona nchi ya Kenya sasa. You see people trying to oppose that things are not wrong. Things are going okay. Economy is okay. While we are the one who are suffering. We are the one who are experiencing economy is not right. Tell us how you are going to correct the situation of the economy. Don't tell us economy is good. If people 1, 2, 3, 10 are complaining, one is saying it's good, please think about that. We have seen people now talking about hundreds of bodies have been discovered. Now you see the other side is busy saying that they are going to compensate. Who are they compensating? Mimi niwe compensated na hata sikuona mtoto wangu. Maybe I'll take that money and maybe my child is alive somewhere. And then because I have taken the money, my kid will be killed. People need to think what they are trying to feed Kenyans with right now. The situation is so tense. Hiyo compensation wanajaribu kupeana na watu ambao walikuwa wamesimama na hiyo mambo ambayo ilikuwa very serious, wanaanza kuhama tena, wanaenda upande huo kwa sababu compensation itatokea, labda pesa itapatikana, nitakuwa milionea, nitakuwa nini. Think about yourself as a human being. Don't level yourself with money. If today I tell Faith, I'm going to give you 10 million or whichever amount of money, but I'm going to kill your child for that money, will Faith stand for that? She will not, definitely. But now because she has not suffered anything, she don't feel ashamed of taking the money or going to that side to assist them to whichever direction they are going. For sure, I was very much proud of her. I was very much in my heart supporting her moves, seeing how hard work she has done. Now she has spilled everything to the ground. You just wonder, what kind of human beings do we have? I'm not talking about Kenya only. People who are driven by money, greed, because that is greed. Faith is not poor. It's not that she's not getting her salary. And still, even if she get that money, she will never sleep She'll still be running up and down, going to work. So what difference does it make? Hata ununue ndege ya kwenda nayo, still you'll not be sleeping, you'll be moving, going to work. It doesn't make sense taking money so that you can go to the wrong people and discard or move away from the right direction, because Faith there before, she was on the right path. It's not that she was opposing something that is not tangible. She was opposing things that were really bad and very serious that has happened. But now she has decided to dump it and go to the people who have done the wrong that she was trying to rescue, that she was trying to follow. What sense does it make? So we Kenyans, we follow people who we don't know what they are thinking, and we cannot think like them. Because once she dumped people, for me personally, I can't follow her. I cannot even trust her. Now, if today she decides that she's coming back to Kenyans, are you Kenyans going to be comfortable with her? What makes you believe that tomorrow she cannot change? What believes you that she's not coming to get information from you guys and then sneak and go? You see how people kill their moves, or kill their, I don't know which word I can use. Because when you are fighting for the right thing, people understand you, they follow you, and they feel you. But when you change your mind and go to the wrong, because really where Faith has gone is the wrong place for her. What is she gaining? Money. That's all we can say. And that is money that is guiding her. Because what point made her to decide that she's going that side? Nothing. She doesn't have anything sensible. She can tell Kenyans, I have gone this side because of this and that. Compensation can be done even being on the right side. Even it was suggested before even she joined that side. So I don't see the reason why she has moved and dumped Kenyans. But to her, maybe she thinks she has done the wise thing because of being rich, because that's all we can say. What is the point of her moving from this side to the other side? Where she was getting money. But is it that money was not enough for her? We can say yes, simply because what is the reason for her to move from this side to the other side? It's money. It's not that they have reasoned better than before. It's not that the children they killed have been found, they are alive, well and good, they have been handed over to their parent. Nothing like that. So what is the reason for her to move from this side to where she is now? So for me, I disagree with her completely. And even if she comes back or decides to dump them, I will not trust her. That is my way. Anybody who goes that side, she knew that she was going there. She was not crazy. She decided. She made her mind. Why do you have to make your mind again to come back? I don't care about you anymore. Even if you come back, you'll be just as usual, but not what we knew you before. So that is my point. And I feel so bad for these people, the way they are driving Kenyans. Every day, it's like morning every day. But Kenyans, be resilient. We will make it. I'll just tell Kenyans that. Be vigilant. Asanteni. Thank you, Njiro.
Njiru na Nyakairo, hiyo story ya Faith, I had someone analyze it so much. And nimesikia kwamba unajua hiyo commission whatever Ruto has formed. Njiru, unajua Ruto anakuja US for some UN thing. You know that? And the US,
Atanakuja forward.
there's some UN summit, UN meeting or UN United Nations summit in Sijiko is upcoming.
Na condition ndege tena.
Na remember kuna US senators wamethreaten kick out Ruto from US Security Council. Sindio? So he formed that as a cover-up that he's compensating those who died. Now, somebody asked questions. Before compensation, none of those killer cops have been taken to court. None of them. Ata Ragat, Eliud Ragat got away with it. When openly, he's one who gave orders to kill for Nani to be killed, Ojwang. So now, all genuine Kenyans can see that Faith na yeye ni legal practitioner, haoni hiyo kitu ni cover up, anaona. So ati she has chosen to be hypocritical. So she can no longer lie to Kenyans ati kwamba ati kuna kitu ana investigate. Anajua kuna kitu inakuwa investigated, hapo anajua tu anadanganya wa Kenya. Na anajua Ruto ni uongo. Anajua kwamba Ruto ni kudanganya. Then Faith has joined that camp of lying to Kenyans. So nimesikia hiyo kitu Ruto amefanya kwa sababu anakuja US and kama anasukumwa na America because of the youth of the Gen Z that died. So
Julia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that she has gone there,
Mm-hmm.
is she going to say that those children were not killed during Ruto time? Or is she going to say that those children were not killed during demonstration? Or is she going to say the children have been taken back to their mothers, to their parents? Or is she going to say that they are being compensated because they killed themselves?
No, hiyo kitu ya compensate is a cover up.
I understand. You see, Julia, cover, however, how much he's doing cover up, who killed those children that they are being compensated and why?
So Faith has joined in the cover up, in the evil scheme to cover up. That is what she has exactly done. Because it is not compensation that will bring justice. It is seeing those killer cops face their day in court. That is what will bring justice. No amount of money can recover your child, Nyakairo.
There is none.
Yeah.
Mm.
But at least if we see those killer cops in court, if we see Eliud Ragat in court, if we see Akina Bunge in court, if we see Adan Duare in court, because amekuwa kichangia mauaji. If we see Murkomen in court, if we see Nordum Haji should be taken to court. If we see anaitwa Mohamed nani yule DCI director in court, tukisikia kinasudi tu hao watu wafungwe jera, tusikie wamefungwa na kuna watu people have been made to pay for those deaths. That is the only time that Kenyan government can be taken seriously. History ati sasa Ruto anaonanga watu ni wajinga sana. He even seems to imagine the international world are idiots. If the UN Senate sees him as a killer president, na wako mbali sana. Yani they seem to now Faith seems to think that Kenyans can buy that foolishness too. She has compromised. She has compromised the values that which with us she stood with, and I don't even think she had any values in the first place. I think she was just a political sycophant. Period. That is what I think, Njiru. Maybe Njiru nataka kufunga.
Nataka mumalize na hiyo point ya Kipril hapo, anasema ati the board anasema ati Indian envoy wants Ruto how BBG blunder with Raila can boil Nepal-like process if ignored. So I don't know what is BBG.
Acha Nepal irudi Kenya sasa. Hata tume overstay. We have even overstayed for stretch it. Tulianza
sure. So,
sijui Bangladesh. Tume overstretch kwa sababu Ruto is too much. And some people seem to be thinking it's okay for crimes against humanity to continue. Imagine mpaka legal practitioners kama Faith. What a shame. I just felt like it was somebody more like Mother Karua in that group. Unajua, there's some legal practitioners who are stood firm. Ama kina Njiru. Anaitwa nani? Njiru? Yule Njiru wa
Njiru Ndegwa.
Njiru Ndegwa. Ni kama kusikia Njiru Ndegwa hata yeye amekuwa appointed.
Compromise.
You know, you want to fight for law, fight for it, fight for justice. Hii pesa, hakuna mtu atazikwa na pesa yake kwa kaburi. By the way, maybe we should give a call to Kenyatta na kina Kibaki tuwaulize kama pesa iliwafuata kwenye walienda. Ama their relatives are not fighting for it. Na nilisikia kuna mtu alitokea akasema yeye ni mtoto wa Kibaki. Mlisikia hiyo story? Even if Kibaki hadn't made so much well. Did you hear somebody came up and said that hata yeye he's a son of Kibaki?
Yeah.
Na
Bilia, kama uko na pesa you will be claimed, lakini kama una kitu no one will claim.
Na yule jamaa, mnakumbuka yule jamaa, that politician who was in Kiambu mwenye alikuwa anauza makaa. Alikufa, alikuwa anaitwaje? When they have been fighting for this estate even now. Do you remember? What is his name?
Mogoko ama
famous politicians in Kiambu.
Oh.
His estate has been fought for even today. Watu wamekatakatana na mpanga mpaka wauane huko. Wacha ni that is what Ruto ajue, that is what will happen to his money. Some of it will be taken to the government. By the way, a lot of Ruto property will be repossessed. A lot of it, I can promise him that. Na ingine itakuwa repossessed akiwa hai kabla hajakufa. Na akikufa, ningetaka anipigie simu niambie kama ameona pesa yake huko jehanamu ama penye ameenda. What I'm trying to say, sometimes all this money is not worth it. It is not worth it. It's not worth your standards, your principles. It's not worth it. Like Nyakairu unasema watu kama Faith wako na mshahara mzuri, they are making a good living. So why compromise your principles? Ati ameitwa na Kasongo na akakuwa appointed. Nonsense. Kasongo's time is ending faster than I expect. If not before 2027 is coming fast and furious. And Kenyans will do what it will take them.
You see, what happened to Julia, I saw one picture and really gave me a message. I saw Faith and Raila together in a picture. And that really drove me to think twice. And I said, oh, okay. However, even if Kasongo is being joined by these people, there are those looters of good people from the good people who are working day and night. Huyu mzee Raila huenda hata yeye alikuwa mmoja wa kuconvince Faith, si Mjaluo. Sasa mimi I got to that side of saying Mjaluo, anaita Mjaluo wao anamwambia kuja hapa, kuja nikutuongee na wewe. I'm not tribal, but I can put it that way because how comes I could see them on one picture together and then you find that the lady has changed her mind from what she was standing for and now she's gone to the side of which is terrorizing Kenyans. What makes her think that?
Me, I want to ask a question. 2027 inakuja fast and furious. And let me say this. I believe Kenyans will do what it will take them to make sure Kasongo doesn't win. Even if it means announcing their own president. Sasa kama mnasema Sri Lanka na Bangladesh, na Nepal, hapo ndio Nepal ya Kenya itafika. So Kasongo needs to be sworn, he will not be sworn in. Unless he'll be sworn in heaven or in hell. And most likely not in heaven, maybe in hell. Sasa watu kama akina Faith watakuwa wapi? It is only 2 years. Kwani, let me ask you, 2 years from now kwani nitakuwa nimezeeka aje? I'll just be like the way I am with the same energy. Ama Njiru mnafikiri nitakuwa nimezeeka sana?
But I think there are some things which drive people. You come to think that somebody is so educated and so normal, somebody who can understand what is wrong, what is right. But the person is convinced by, sasa mimi nikaenda kufikiria labda Faith aliona hii miaka inaweza, unaona sasa kama hiyo kitu ya term limit. Kuna watu ambao saa hii wanajitayarisha kufanya maajabu ya Musa ati kwa sababu wamesikia hiyo tamu inaweza pelekwa mbele. You see people acting crazy who are in that government trying to work so hard to make sure that that extension, which you said, Julia, you said it is so protected that it cannot be done anyhow. But people will be doing crazy stuff because they want to see that captured and happen, because they will be included and they will have prolonged time to eat and enjoy their life. You see how people they are.
Faith knows the constitution, so she knows that it's impossible. You know why I'm trying to say that, Nyakairo? Faith understands the constitution, so she knows that it's impossible. She understands. She understands that at kama Kasongo, she knows the worst that Kasongo will try to kuiba kura is to steal votes. She knows that. But she knows that the term limit cannot be extended. She understands the constitution of Kenya. So when she's making such grievous mistakes, and nafikiria aje, unaona, Nyakairo, look at the behavior of someone like Ndindi Nyoro, na kina Babu Owino, na kina Sifuna. They are not behaving like that because they don't know what is happening. They know what is happening. They know that vitu vichenjanga. They know that Ndindi Nyoro is sure that the most likely thing regime will change. So he's acting safe. Sifuna knows the most likely thing is kwamba ODM will be beaten pants down. Now ODM will only have support in Nyanza. So Sifuna is getting himself ready. So hizo si waoni. Sasa kwa nini Faith Odhiambo, yani ameenda tu miaka mbili tu, is enough for her life and for her legacy. Serious.
Yeah, I see Kipril suggesting that she was promised that she will be nominated senator.
Unaona sasa yeye ameona afadhali hiyo sasa atanominatiwa senator na ODM ama na UDA, whatever. Maybe Kipril could be right. So there are people who sell their souls to the devil for all that. But I'm telling you Nyakairo, Kasongo anaenda na DCI, wherever they listen, they need to listen that carefully. Nobody will sit and wait for anaitwa nani huyo chairman wa ABC.
I keep forgetting his name. His name is hard for me to pronounce.
That name they watu wanaona kama ni matusi, kuna majina mengine ngumu. Si madharau. So huyo jamaa wa ABC, nobody will wait for him to announce ati Ruto amewin. By we will begin announcing. Our Gen Z will start spreading the news. Not by midnight. Even by 9 p.m. tutakuwa tumeanza kusambaza. Kusema candidate wako na milioni ngapi. And let me tell them.
Julia, can I ask a question? Is Faith aware of the devastation she's causing to herself? Or
no,
the appetite to follow Raila Odinga is what is she aware of the damage she's doing to herself?
No, she doesn't see the devastation. No, like Kipril anasema, and I want to buy Kipril's idea. She has been promised some nomination. Watu wanajua ODM inaisha mpaka Nairobi. That is why Sifuna has been playing safe. Now, all of them know that. So, Faith, I want to buy what Kipril is saying. Ni kweli amekuwa amepromise nomination. Kwa sababu, first, her legal practice is done. That one I can promise her that. Her presidence for being for the Law Society of Kenya inaisha. Hata kama itaisha too, she'll be kicked out mercilessly. Like a dog. She'll be kicked out. And ODM, let me tell you, mimi nimewaambia, narudi Nairobi kupiga kura Nairobi, I'm one of those Kikuyu who have decided decisively. I vote my vote in Nairobi to kick out ODM and UDA. Nitapiga kura suti. and I won't care who I'm voting for, as long as I would have succeeded kufukuza UDA na ODM. And hatuko peke yetu, tunajipanga vile tunajipanganga Wakikuyu, kumira kama siafu, ndio tuonyeshe wengine vile kunaendanga. So ODM knows they'll be kicked out of Nairobi and wherever. So Faith Adhiambo is not an idiot, she knows that. So she's happy with the nomination and selling her soul to the devil. Even watu wa UDA wamejua wanaenda. They know that. Especially in all those neutral places. And that I can count for them. Western right now is very neutral. Coast is very neutral. Nairobi is not even neutral. Nairobi is bending towards the opposition. South Rift kwa Masai is bending towards the opposition. So, watu waambie, where will they get MPs, by the way? Somebody just tell me by midnight that night. Ni upinzani ama ni UDA na ODM will be leading members of parliament. It is the opposition, and with over 250 members of parliament. Uniambia anaitwa Ethokon ama anaitwa nani huyo?
Ethokon.
Anaitwa Ngiru.
Huyo wa IBC.
Name of the IBC chairman.
Oitokoi.
Anaitwa nani huyo chairman?
Ethokon.
How will he announce Ruto as the winner when the opposition has tending towards 300 members of parliament? How will he do that? He will not. Because our Gen Z will be playing the numbers everywhere, telling Kenyans our presidential candidate is winning. Uniambie kama atakuwa na kicha, amuke the next day. Kwanza kusema ati Ruto he won't. We'll march to his house and throw out Ruto ama tuchome hiyo state house kama Nepal. Sasa wenye wanajifanya wanafikiri ni mchezo, tuko na mchezo. Wanafikiri ati kuna jokes hapa, ati mnaform kakamiti hapo na Ruto mdanganya watu, mna compensate watu. Choose which side you are. You are either hot or cold. That is what I started saying when I entered this issue. Giru, thanks.
Njiru ni kama anaangalia TV.
Fanya nini? Unapika ama unakula?
Haya, Julia, acha maneno. Mimi nilimaliza show ni yenu.
Anakula.
Chairman wa IBC anaitwaje?
Niko kwa mbosho saa hii.
Nakuuliza chairman wa IBC anaitwa? Chairman wa IBC.
Sorry, chairman wa IBC?
Chairman wa IBC anaitwa nani?
Si mulimuita Ethokon.
Anaitwa Ethokon. Hiyo Ethokon ninauliza. Ethokon atakuwa na kichaa announce kwamba Ruto is the winner when opposition has over 250 members of parliament. No, he won't. He'll be afraid. He'll be terrified. That will be the game changer. So our MPs must defend their votes. We must. Sasa itakuwa do or die match. Na hata DCI inajua hivyo. After the next day tutajero Mohamed DCI director. Nodur Haji. Kama wanasikia wajue, they will be among the jailbirds. Because Moturi said that Ruto alipigia Nodur Haji simu aachirie mtoto wake. Kwa hivyo hao watoto wote wameshikwa na DCI wakauawa. Nodur Haji is behind it.
He knew.
He is behind it. Ruto called Nodur Haji and asked him to release Moturi's son. So we want Nodur Haji to tell us what happens to our sons and daughters, who abducted them and who killed them.
You see, even there is a street boy who said, you told us to carry those bodies to the mortuary. And how did these people reach to Mount Longonot? Were they ferried in a vehicle, in
lorries?
In lorries and dumped there?
Ruto amefanya maovu mingi, wacha nikwambie. Ujama, he should be left for mob justice after the election. Ndio watu waeke historia, kuna president alichapwa mob justice na wananchi.
Maybe that is why he's not using Kenyan planes, because he's afraid of his life.
Atumia yote tu yenye anataka kutumia, yeye si immortal, he's not immortal.
Immortal.
Mungu naye anasikia maombi yetu. Lakini hao watu wote they will have, if Mungu hawatawachukua, I pray that they will have their day in court.
Yeah.
Mukturi said that Ruto called Noduru Haji, akamuuliza mtoto wake ako wapi, akamwambia achilia mtoto wa Muturi. Imagine. So, hiyo ndio evidence Noduru Haji.
Na mtoto wangu, wacha wa Muturi, wangu aliachiliwa. Hakuachiliwa, aliuawa.
So that is evidence that Noduru Haji is the person behind the killings and the abductions.
Yeah. They know all that. And you see the other DCI, who is also Nudil Haji's buddy, the way he came and he lied of something, and then later on he said, I'm sorry, I lied. Mtu ambaye huwa anaapa na Korani yao na wanasemaga haongei uongo. You know, I was so shocked. So these guys can lie and lie while pretending to be Muslims. You see? And they say that they adore their Quran, that they cannot lie. I was shocked. I was shocked. In front of people, he said, I lied. The other one, the head of DCI, he's called who? I can't remember his name. So these people can do a lot of damage while they are quiet there. Huh?
Anaitwa Wanyakairo, anaitwa Mohammed somebody. Huyo si director wa DCI.
DCI, yeah.
Sasa na nani? Eliud Lagat, bado hatujaelezewa kwa nini amewachiliwa huru, and why he has gone back to his work after ordering the arrest of that boy, and the boy was killed.
I mean, they are breaking the law while knowing.
Yes.
Just because they have wakona cheo.
So in other words, wacha ni kwa mimi, Mungu asikie maombi yake, that those people have their days in court, all of them. Ifika tu tukiwa tu hai, tukiwa na nguvu tu hivi, ndio watu tukumbushage wa Kenya. Kuna majambazi wenye walijiona kama wao ni Mungu. There are people in Kenya who got to a small little gods, but God humbled them.
That was very sad. And to see the people who have been standing for the rights of people, representing Kenyans, now leaves the way open, and they go to the side that really have ruined these many people's life. Naonyeshana ati wewe unaweza fanya chochote, uvuke na uende pande ile bila hata kuogopa, hata heshima huna. That means even the time she was doing that, we'll see like it was just a prestige. There was nothing she was, working for. It can't be all of a sudden you change your mind and become go to the side of the devil while you say that you are a faithful person. Nothing. So it is very sad. So we are expecting these people to vuka anytime they want. I understand even this guy, Babu Owino, however, Gen Z used to praise him and do this. He is a person during impeachment for Gachagua. He was given money not to go and debate in the parliament, and he abstained. He didn't go to the parliament to debate. That is why the number was, decreased for those people who didn't want to impeach Gachagua. So he was given money not to go. And there was another one, I think there were two who were absent. So these people can lie, they can keep us moving with them, but all of a sudden they will duck and we are left in the wilderness.
Tumemaliza ama?
Ati Belfast is saying that ODM won the majority seats. Is it true? That is a lie, Belfast. ODM did not win the majority seats in the days of Kibaki. I think they were tied. So that is incorrect statement. And that is why Kibaki had the audacity even to claim he won. Raila Odinga did not have a clear win in 2007. The only clear win we had is Kibaki in 2002. And that is why it was difficult even to steal from Kibaki by Moi. When you have a clear win, it's very difficult to steal. But when your win is been contested with about 200,000 or 100,000, then that's not a clear win. So if you are saying that Ruto will win presidency and lose members of parliament, the defeat will be overwhelming, even for members of parliament. Like in 2002. In 2007, it was not overwhelming. That is why it was contested. In fact, I guess Kibaki had more members of parliament in Nairobi. And Kibaki, Kalonzo joined his side. So who had more members of parliament? So itakuwa kama 207. So if you are hoping that Ruto will have some members of parliament with Raila Odinga, I can give you them. I can give you the math. ODM will not have any members of parliament in Nairobi and UDA. I can tell you without fear of contradiction.
I wish it was next week.
Because this time, you see, previously it has been Raila Odinga versus other people, and Raila Odinga has not been seen as a person working for the government. So it was possible for him to get even members of parliament in Nairobi. Even in a case, he has been viewed as a person fighting for the people. Saizi, Raila Odinga and Ruto are synonymous. So he's our enemy. He's the enemy of the people. Hata Kibera hatapata, nakwambia. Believe it or not, he won't get. Especially even if Akina Sifuna decamped from him. So, Jiro, you want us to finish? Yes. Unataka tumalize, unatuma link. Wacha mimi nimalize. Niseme kwamba those who want to sell their souls to the devil can go ahead and do so. We still have remnants, even if Faith Odhiambo sells her soul to the devil. We still have a lot of legal practitioners who believe in the rule of law in Kenya. And Luta continua, the struggle continues. We shall not relent. We must deliver this Kenya. Lazima. Asanteni.
Mimi nitasema Wakenya hongera, msimamo wetu ni ule ule, hatuta change our mind kama Faith. We are standing for the right of Kenyans and Kenya. Our belief is that our goal is one, just to have to rescue our country and have a leader who really have to nurture Kenyans and keep them in peace. Because what we have right now is chaos. So I wish Kenyans good health, mjiandae, mtu asisahau ni wapi tunaelekea. The goal is one, to win our country back and make it great. Asanteni sana.
Sawa. Judy, I want you to react to this, kabla uende. Please. Sababu hii ni story yako. Kidogo tu.
Okay.
If you're a man over 30 who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool, your number one priority should be to get shredded.
All boarding schools in Gatundu South, Kiambu County have been closed indefinitely following a series of arson attacks that destroyed dormitories and other facilities in at least 4 institutions within just 1 week. Gatundu South Member of Parliament Gabriel Kagombe, says the move was necessary to avert further destruction, particularly over weekends when most teachers are away. The fires have been suspected to be planned by students who have allegedly been coordinating the attacks online and in their computer labs. Parents have expressed concerns over the lack of transparency on the extent of the destruction. They fear being burdened with reconstruction costs, even as the academic calendar faces fresh disruptions. The closure comes just weeks before the national examinations are scheduled to begin, raising fears of further setbacks for candidates.
Kuna bweni imechomwa, masaduku ya watoto yamechomwa, vitu malazi pia. Kwa hivyo kulipa nayo tutalipa, lakini ningetaka hata kama ni kulipa tusiripishwe pesa ambazo hatufai kulipa.
Tumekuwa na mambo mengi ya moto, na kwa hivyo tumeafikiana ya kwamba watoto wote wa shule za mabweni kwanza waende nyumbani, ndipo tuweze kufanya upelelezi kwa kina, ndio tuweze kujua ni wapi na ni nani anayepanga mambo haya, kwa sababu tumepata information ya kwamba ni mambo ambayo yamepangwa katika mitandao ya kijamii.
Julia, that one can cross. Unasikia migomea ya mashule inatengenezwa kwa shule za kijamii, kwa mitandao ya kijamii. How true is that?
Do you know this could be two groups of people doing this, and you'll be surprised at my response. The government and the school administrators. Do you know a lot of schools burned down? The principals are behind it. First, inakuanga attempt to cover some wastage of public resources. So it's so that when the parents bring their children back, they are forced to pay. We should not be forced to pay colossal amount of money, because that is always what happens. They are charged even for what they wasn't lost. Secondly, Gava haijatoa nini capitation. Umesikia hiyo story? So the government could be attempting to close down schools. Inaweza spread mpaka the rest of the country. Thirdly, why Kiambu? Umesikia hii story ya watu ati people did you even hear some people saying that they want to remove Kiambu from Mount Kenya? I wanted to ask, what is Mount Kenya? What is Mount Kenya, by the way? Mount Kenya ni nini? Is Mount Kenya
ni mulima?
Is Mount Kenya a province or what? We only know Mount Kenya is a mountain. And some stupid UDA politicians were coming up with the idea that watoe Kiambu from Mount. How? Ubebe the earth itself, upeleke somewhere in Narok, ubebe watu umepeleka wapi?
Itakuwa ferried na zile basi zao wapeleke huko State House.
Ndio, nonsense. So it could be a political thing. That is the most likely thing. It could be the school principals covering some losses. And if it is schools across Kiambu, I suspect the government. This government is malicious, is evil. Is led by the devil himself. Even Jerumaro alituambia Ruto anapeanga shetani kompe. Because they have not sent capitation. So schools should be closed down. And they may spread to the rest of the country. Or the school principals want to buy time and steal money, or cause parents to pay money for what they have not been lost. Since are not students, since not students unrest, which students want to waste their time and not go do KCSE? By the way, for first never allow this nonsense to go on in school when they are about to do their KCSE. So I can tell these are not students. That's my take, Jill.
I support it.
Sawa, tumemaliza. Jioni njema.
Santi.
Hadi kesho.
Sawa, good night.
Yeah, I appreciate for your coming. Na mkuje mapema kesho.
Kesho tuko job. Jiru tunakuanga job. Unafunguanga mpaka saa zingine saa 7 niko job na shanga. Jiru nani saa jameni.
Haya, sawa. Okay.
Adios.